有没有可能会跟很多听众。
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for making time to join us for the flagship Intelliverse Africa AI Summit 2023. We are privileged today to have all of you, stakeholders from different industries all across the continent. We're also privileged in our audience to have our community of data scientists. And we hope that through this event, we might shed a lot of light and a lot of insights towards the development of artificial intelligence on our continent. We have a lot lined up for you here. But first of all, just a welcoming remarks to all of you. And if a friend hasn't joined yet, I'm sure LinkedIn has notifications. You could still stream it on YouTube. You could join us live on Twitter on our Twitter space, and also you could join us live on LinkedIn. So we have a host of speakers that lined up for you today. Speakers from diverse sectors and people who have made significant contributions towards artificial artificial intelligence development in our continent here. So the program schedule was provided on our social media handles, so you could follow along with that. So feel free to join in on whatever discussion that you feel you have interest in. Also, feel free to join in on the discussions that you think you might also want to learn a lot from. We have distinguished speakers with us here today, and the first one has already joined us here, Dr. Jack. I'll leave the introduction bit to him. So foremost, Warren, I think I could hand it over to you. Maybe a warm welcome remark to our audience before we could carry on.
Thank you, Marwa. I can't believe the day is finally here with us. It's been like a month of preparations and like a lot of ideation that has gone behind this summit. I think I do remember the first time we thought about the summit after some of the events we've been doing at Intelliverse, and we are like, how exactly is this summit going to play out? Who are we going to expect? But then like it's like beyond our wildest expectations that we have like over 1,700 people joining us today from different platforms. And just to highlight, today we are going to stream on YouTube, we are streaming on Twitter, and we are also streaming on LinkedIn. So feel free to join either of the platforms. LinkedIn obviously is where we have most of the activity is, but you can join us, watch it live on YouTube. You can watch it live from Twitter as well, Twitter Spaces, and of course, Marwa said it, and I'm going to just iterate. We are going to have a lot of speakers and a lot of panel discussions today, and it's going to be a very interactive session to just get to know exactly the state of AI in our continent, and specifically just to mention the theme for today, which is AI research, the role of research in AI development in Africa. At Intelliverse, we are always thinking about research. For developers who are joining us today, if you've ever done Android, you know that in Flutter, everything is a widget. So at Intelliverse, everything starts with research. We believe that research is very key to any active development or any advancement in technology across different spheres, be it those who are like our Web3 fellows, our blockchain counterparts, web developers. So welcome to the session. If you're a business leader, this is an opportunity for you to get to know how AI can help you build your business further, grow, be it your user base, customer base, or even just managing employees. So today we are having business leaders over here. So there's going to be a networking session. Feel free to ask any questions that you may be having, how AI is going to help your business grow. For developers who are who are already in AI, this is an opportunity for you to also interact with other developers who are working in AI. For developers who are like looking to switch from other disciplines, Android, web, blockchain into AI, there's also an opportunity for you to just get to learn what opportunities AI has for you in Africa as a developer in the African space and the African continent. Researchers and people from the academic background, I know this in Africa, this one area which people are keen on, the academia bit of it. And again, research is very academic and very intensive when it comes to like papers and everything else. So this is an opportunity for you as somebody from the academia to just get to know how your papers matter to the development of AI in continent, how you can take part by either being an active researcher in some of the projects that Intelliverse is spearheading, or just publishing some of your papers in one of our upcoming research platform, and how you can collaborate with other researchers across the continent to just get to know what's going on in the continent, and also just do a lot more from the academic field. So I know I may not have captured. Yes, we are having lawyers in the room as well. People who are very keen on regulations, people from government as well, people from NGOs as well. Like, this is going to be just an opportunity for you to get to know who's working on what as far as AI in the continent is concerned, and also just to also take part, in this very interactive session. So as I said before, we are having people from different countries. Unfortunately, we'll be using English for this stream. So our French guys, I know we can, there's going to be a translation for it, and even the papers that we are going to, the presentations are going to be shared with you after the event. But then for this session, it's just having you to, we are going to be using English. I don't know if any of our presenters is going to use a different language, but you're going to use English for this session. So just to note, and don't feel left out. If you feel like you'd want some of these things translated into French, into Congolese, Kiswahili, afterwards, our team will be more than willing and happy to have it for you translated in the language that you want. So thank you so much for joining. Just to say again, we are happy to have you be whether you are streaming from YouTube, you are streaming from LinkedIn, you are streaming from Twitter Spaces. This is an opportunity for you. And with that, I'm going to just take this opportunity to welcome one of the best AI ambassadors in the continent. He has spoken in various platforms, and he'll tell you, like, if I was to read his CV, I'll take like an hour also, but then it's just an opportunity to welcome Jex to kick us off with a presentation on the state of AI, and also just to set us rolling for the day. Thank you so much, Jex. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Warren, Cornelius, Intelliverse AI Africa Summit. It's fantastic to be here. I'm actually here, not in my typical studio, but I'm at an airport, Lansere Airport, so I hope the background noise is not too much. I'm sitting in a restaurant, so I'm going to share my screen, so I'll kick off. I'm excited to be part of this, and Warren, Cornelius, you guys are rocking, so it's great to be here. So let me share my screen. I'm going to start sharing my screen right now. Share screen. And entire screen. Share. I'm just going to take that away and put it in full screen mode. I just would like to see Warren, Cornelius. Can you guys just verify that you actually see my screen? I'm putting it in full screen mode.
Yes, Jex, I can see your screen.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so I'm going to kick off without further ado. I'm kicking off here as well, so let's just hide that. My talk specifically is about something I'm very passionate about, and it's focused on pushing AI innovation to develop state-of-the-art personalized AI intelligent agents on trustworthy AI guardrails for a decentralized world. So those kind of title, it summarizes pretty much what I'm interested in right now, and I think what is also very important for the world. We definitely want to see artificial intelligence not just being controlled by the tech giants and big other corporates, but I would love to see, and this is why I also wrote a book, Democratizing AI to Benefit Everyone, which you can see there towards the right. It's also available on jobludic.com, on Amazon, other places. PDFs available from my website. But in there, I actually talk about my massive transformative purpose in shaping a better future in the smart technology era, and how we should actually democratize artificial intelligence to benefit everyone. And it should be on the use as well as the benefits side as well. So can data be monetized, for instance, and services be monetized? Can we have our own personalized AI assistant that helps us? So I'm interested specifically, and that's why I'm talking about pushing AI innovation, in the underlying building blocks that will enable this kind of personalized AI, and also a personalized AI in a decentralized world. Now, fortunately, with blockchain, decentralized, distributed ledgers, all of these kind of underlying technologies are all fantastic tools in the toolbox that allows us to do these kind of things now. So the tools are made available. I will, in my talk, also reference new protocols for the internet, Web 3.0, which is called the spatial web. So we can do spatial computing, which I think is going to be super important for intelligent agents and robots going forward, utilizing the new protocols that's not just hypertext, but hyperspace modeling language, and hyperspace transactional protocols and so forth. So I'll be talking a little bit about those kind of things as well. Another thing that's important for me is trustworthy AI guardrails in a decentralized world. So we've got to make sure that we do this in a responsible way. So we want to empower people. We want to optimize quality of life. That speaks to the massive transformative purpose and also the MTP for humanity, where I specifically say not only optimizing GDP, but specifically optimizing quality of life. So I will talk about that as well. So what I envision is a kind of an ecosystem of intelligence, where we see a collective of intelligent agents, both human and synthetic, that's collaborating in harmony and work together to create a better and smarter world. So it's really all about, that's the vision to unlock societal and business value at scale. So that's very much what's driving me at the moment. Okay, so without further ado, I wrote quite a bit of stuff. If you go to LinkedIn and X and my website as well, my blogs, you will see quite a bit of writings on AI and Web3, the next generation of the internet for a decentralized world. I'm giving comments on the so-called AI singularity. Is it a threat to humanity or a promise for a better future? Even quantum computing, talking about generative AI, all of those kind of things as well. So we live in the AI era. This is a modified slide from SoftBank. For me, it's not just AI. AI is a key technology in the smart technology era, but probably the most dominant one. And it sits on top of the internet era. And the internet was really enabling, almost like instrumenting the world effectively. And now we are in a situation where we can unlock, with all the data generation at an exponential rate, we can actually unlock value, tremendous value, with artificial intelligence. And this is actually a slide from Versus that talks about the new era. This corresponds to the smart technology era that I talk about. And there's different ways of describing it in different perspectives. So you can say from an industry 1.0 to industry 4.0 level, you can go through that transition. This is like the industrial revolutions that we talk about. And currently we're sitting in a cyber physical system space. But then you can also look at this at a societal level, where you're going from society 1.0 all the way up to society 5.0. And just recently we were still in the information, we're still probably in information society, but we are getting into a smart society at this point. And then Web 3.0 is all about read, write, execute, read, write, own as well. I've got some presentations on that. And we're also sitting in the age of cybernetics from a tools perspective, where you see the fusion of human and machine. So that is all part of this new era. And I think it's important to understand this and to have this contextualized. Now, we're sitting in dangerous times as well. So I do write about this in my book as well. We need to think carefully about the future. There's opportunities to leapfrog. There's opportunities for Africa. We're sitting at the AI Africa Summit here. Incredible opportunities to leapfrog. But we have to make smart decisions, make the right choices to shape that better future for humanity. And we need a lot of stakeholders, all the stakeholders, to really collaborate. And I do talk about in my book, chapter 10, also about the problematic trajectory that our civilization is right on at the moment. We are struggling with sense making. We see the polarization. that's happening. We are, as humans, connected to this civilization intellect, this civilization consciousness, and we are getting a lot of information from around the globe. It's almost like that it's providing us with so much sensor or information, and now people struggle with sense making, meaning making. We've got capitalists, we've got democracies, governance systems, economic systems that we need to fix as well. Ray Dalio also talks about fixing capitalism as well. Wealth gap, job loss, catastrophic risk, discrimination, data abuse, bias, human agency. This is all things that we need to be aware of, and say, how are we going to navigate to get to a better future? So what we need is visionary leadership, collective sense-making, wisdom, practical actions to ensure that humanity and our civilization is moving in the right direction as we work towards this unlocking of this incredible potential that we have. So I'm excited about this, and this is why these kind of conferences, what Warren and Cornelius and others are doing, this is important leadership. We just need to take it now to the next level with collective sense-making, wisdom, that more people are making better sense of this, but also actually do things about. So the practical actions are very, very important. So just to frame things, because I feel it's almost like as a humanity, as individuals, we need a massive transformative purpose. So in my book, I've defined a massive transformative purpose for humanity. I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but I just want to set the framework because it fits in with this trustworthy AI guardrails for me as well. The purpose is very important. And this is something that aligns with United Nations 2030 vision as well. So evolve a dynamic, empathic. We want to have people with empathy that appreciate cultures, that understands other people, that steel man other thinking, that tries to understand others' opinions. We want prosperous, thriving, self-optimizing civilization that benefits everyone, not just a select few, in sustainable ways and in harmony with nature. And then what I specifically talk about here is the four quadrants or four buckets here. The first one is on the systems level, decentralized adaptive systems to benefit all. And this is all part of that MTP, by driving beneficial outcomes for all life through decentralized, adaptive and agile economic, social and governance systems. We're not going to solve all our problems just with technology or just with this part of this. We need to think holistically. So we need to think about our systems. We've got to be systems thinkers. And what I envisage is kind of this adaptive, agile, decentralized system where we can reward active participation and positive contribution to society and civilization. And that could be the new forms of jobs and works or tasks. And there could be tokens and all sorts of different things of rewarding people for their positive contributions. And the incentives need to be there. But we also need to think about the collective. So there needs to be a fine balance between the individual and the collective. So we want to keep peace and protect humanity from any potential harm in elastic ways. We've seen this with COVID as well. There are some dangers that we face that goes across borders. Lethal autonomous weapons. Think about biological viruses, climate change, all of these things. We have to collaborate as humanity. And in a few hundred years from now, we will see that it will probably be no borders, frictionless communication. That's and a kind of a world where we collaborate as well. Very important is that we need to democratize smart tech and science in human-centric ways that are based on wisdom, good values, and ethics to dynamically solve problems, create opportunities and abundance, and share the benefits with everyone. And I think very importantly, we need to get our purpose and our drivers right. We need to optimize and maximize quality of life. And we need to define what does it mean. Community building, more local, more human kind of future, virtues and character strength development, sense-making, standard living, well-being, meaningful living for everyone. That should be our drivers, and we should use technology for those benefits. And then obviously, we need to have a sustainable, livable planet and exploring the universe. So with consideration of the best possible livable habitat of not only for ourselves, but all living organisms. So we need to look at that environment and we need to explore the universe. Elon Musk talks about going to Mars, those kind of things. Obviously, we need to think about those kind of things as well. Now, what I've defined here, and I will be very quickly get into the pushing AI innovation specifically, but I've got 14 goals that I've defined that actually speaks to this massive transformative purpose for humanity. I'm not going to go through details, but it's speaking to this. And this aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals as well. So this MTP for Humanity with these 14 goals is supporting and empowering effectively the SDGs as well, and help us to potentially achieve that in a quicker fashion as well. Okay, so the future that I envisage is also, and this is something from Kai-Fu Lee in one of his TED Talks, and I've just modified it a bit, but you can envision a kind of world, if you think about tasks and jobs, where you can say it's not just on a single x-axis where you've got just things on optimized creativity and strategy, but we can add other dimensions from a human-centric perspective, like say compassion. So the moment you do that, you can say, okay, there's jobs and tasks where less compassion is needed, and there are ones that more compassion is needed. So, obviously, if you look at this quadrant where less compassion is needed and you can optimize things, then AI is going to play a big role. When you move to the right, there's more creativity and strategy. Yes, we've got generative AI and all sorts of creativity, but you still have human and machine that can create wonderful things as well. So it's about adapting. So yes, you can play there. But when you move up and you define tasks and things that is really compassionate, more human-centric, then you've got AI by the warm embrace of humans. And you've got also a space where humans can flourish as well. So we can define this canvas, this map of tasks. And we can add other dimensions, not only compassion. This is just a two-dimensional graph. So this is just showcasing how we can navigate this kind of future for humanity. Okay, now we can create a smarter world. This is again a slide from Versus, where they're talking about real-world AI, smarter apps, automation, where you can effectively infuse intelligence into everything. That is where we're heading. Even if we don't like it or not like it, this is where we're heading. So can we do this in a responsible, smart way? And the answer is yes, we can. We just need to be smart. In terms of AI innovation, it feels like generative AI is taking over. It's the end all, but it's not. There are other types of AI that we need to research, like active inference, for instance, that plays with the spatial web, where we can very specifically create a trustworthy AI, responsible AI, explainable AI as well. So I see this kind of massive toolbox where you've got wonderful generative AI that we need to obviously explore further and tap into the LLMs. And there's also Jan LeCun's energy-based self-supervised learning, which I think is going to potentially replace LLMs or transformer-based kind of approaches as well. But then you've got active inference as well, as which is based on the free energy principle. Now we're going to talk a little bit about those kind of things as well. So in the spatial web, which is a integrated, hyper-personalized, hyper-automated, ethical aligned network of humans, machines, and AI, we see a spatial web made up of sensors, agents, like humans and AIs, and actors, such as robots and drones, that is operating in a responsible way. So this is just that kind of future. I also have this slide that I put together. I talk about this in my book as well, where you can think about the real physical world, but you can think about the digital world, where you've got things integration, and then you can also think about virtual cyber world and kind of the metaverse, where you've got data integration, but also semantic integration, and infusing intelligence into business processes and to equipment and all sorts of different things. So then we can realize the true value of the internet. Okay, so just a little bit about kind of this spatial web. So with physics-based data, you can do mapping of semantic and spatial data together. That's exciting. Digital world models, you can actually enable context-aware information and activities to be collaboratively shared between networks and devices and applications. And Versus is actually projecting it as like the new AI. But in my mind, it's all part of that toolbox. We are going to improve the transformer generative AI-based solution systems, the deep learning systems, reinforcement learning. There's going to be the energy-based self-supervised learning. But this is definitely a new kid on the block with incredible potential, based on natural intelligence as well, based on the principle of free energy, where you try to minimize surprise. This is how us as humans function. This is how cells in our body function. And this is a very important part of the tool stack as well. Specifically, Versus is talking about kind of this intelligence cognitive process of figuring out the optimal path to achieve goals based on requirements, constraints, and affordances. So you've got act and sense on the physical side, and the digital side you've got plan and model. And then you can create all sorts of, they talk about this COSM intelligence loop, but at a later time one can go into these kind of things. So I mentioned personalized AI. So what I also talk about in the book, and there's also a website, Sapiens.network, where I communicate the concept. Really what I'm after here is to see, can we create a decentralized, human-centric, user-controlled, AI-driven super platform as well? Can we create personalized AI, and not the personalized AI that Inflection is talking about, or some of the others are talking about, which is still controlled to centralized to a certain extent. I'm talking about how can we make it decentralized, private, explainable, trustworthy, human-centric, user-controlled. And then I go into more details here. I'm talking about Sapiens here. You can go in, the concept here is gaining complete control of your personal data with secure, privacy-focused storage and management system. You simplify your life with your own proactive AI assistant that bats for you, that understands your needs, wants, goals, providing personalized guidance, recommendations, and alerts. Monetizing your data and services while you sleep. Connect seamlessly with your other digital systems as well. So I think this is the kind of things that we need to create. And currently we don't have anything like this at all. We don't have personalized AI agents. We don't have a global solution at scale that makes it easy to use these kind of things. A user doesn't have full control of their own data with proper privacy and governance. People can't monetize their own data and services properly. We don't have a system that aligns and embraces the massive transformative purpose for humanity and goals that align with United Nations SDGs. Very fragmented in the West. There's no agents that also works on a family community basis, smart virtual groups basis, smart towns, smart cities, smart states. So there's all these kind of things coming to play. So, and then there's no agents that try to optimize the connections between network people that live in these kind of environments. So I've got more things that I talk about this. So I do see kind of my data, fully secured storage management, my AI assistant, and my digital connections. And my AI assistant is really about optimizing my life, monetizes data and services, being like a lifelong, life-wide learning, helps with sense making, proactively supports me, provides guidance, all of those kind of things, what's important. And also we should be careful not to have this dependence locking as well. So it can really understand where we are in our in our maturity and understanding of concepts as well. Okay, so here I go into a little bit more details, but basically what I want to communicate here is this kind of AI assistance. Obviously, the tools that we've got available now is incredible. So with generative AI, it is incredibly important building block, and especially for natural language processing and natural language understanding and communicating with people to make it more natural to communicate. We're going to see this infused everywhere, and this is also part of the intelligent agents kind of toolbox. But the way I'm looking at this, I see what we need to do in terms of AI innovations is to obviously tap into state-of-the-art generative AI. We have, in my mind, we have to tap into active inference-based technology as well. I'll talk a little bit about this. Carl Friston is really behind the free energy principle and active inference, and Versus is really defined the path around the spatial web, but also embracing active inference. And then we've got energy-based self-supervised learning, which is really, I'm excited about that as well, because I think Jan LeCun is onto something in terms of addressing limitations of large language models and transformer-based networks as well. So if one goes and looks at the generative AI stack, there are plenty of things that one can do to tap into this and really try to figure out how to use this and create valuable applications. So obviously we already see incredible stuff happening on the application layer, but there's so much that we can do on a foundational level as well. Creating our own foundational models. I'm excited about the open source movement because with open source you can also customize as well. And I know what GPT-4 and OpenAI obviously made this kind of GPT-4 for all available, which is great, but they still control some of the foundational models. But at least it's opening up the door, which is exciting. But there's plenty of things to do. So this is clearly things that one needs to do, and obviously we need less hallucination. We need enhance LLMs with human-like cognitive skills, provide trustworthy AI guardrails, guarantees output quality, data privacy, security. Those kind of things are super important. But then I'm very excited about, as I've mentioned, about active inference AI based on free principle, and as well as energy-based self-supervised learning. And in terms of the bigger framework, these building blocks for intelligent agents is also critical for the next generation of the internet for a decentralized world. If you think about Web 3.0. Also, the evolution of autonomous intelligent agents, so that we do this in a responsible fashion, going from systemic intelligence to sentient to sophisticated intelligence, which is like AGI, to sympathetic intelligence and shared intelligence instead of just super intelligence. And I'll quickly talk about this briefly here now. I think the evolution of autonomous intelligent agents is very important to have a responsible path that we guide this on. So systemic intelligence is really the ability to recognize patterns and respond. So that's the current state of the art in AI. Then sentient intelligence, the ability to perceive and respond to the environment in real time. Sophisticated intelligence, the ability to learn, adapt to new situations based on sentient behavior. Sympathetic or sapient intelligence, the ability to understand and respond to emotions and needs of others. And then finally, shared intelligence is the ability to work together with humans, other agents, and physical systems to solve complex problems and achieve goals. So I know there's a lot of doom around superintelligence and runaway intelligence, but there's a better path. There's a more responsible path that's also aligned with the massive transformative purpose for humanity and sustainable development goals that United Nations has spelled out for us. And there's guardrails, trustworthy AI guardrails, ethical, robust, lawful AI guardrails. This is what I'd like to promote as well. So if you think about towards artificial general intelligence, there's many ways of looking at it. You can obviously say, you can talk about reactive, limited memory, theory of mind, self-aware, or you're going from narrow AI to general AI and super AI. I'm more for this type of roadmap as well. And I think if we think about AGI, one can look at the vectors of intelligence, where you can look at things also more task-specific, broad and flexible in general. This is actually a slide from Joshua Bach, where he talked about AGI as a system that reaches human level or beyond at all capability dimensions, and specifically talking about these kind of different or 9 sectors as well. So you can almost then say, if you look at any kind of intelligent agent or system, you can place it on this radar chart. You can say, where is it in terms of reasoning? Is it task-specific, broad, or is it general? You can do it from a learning perspective, representations perspective, knowledge perspective, language perspective, collaboration, autonomy, embodiment, perception. So this is a really nice way of looking at AGIs and where we really are. Now, if you look at the current LLMs, there are functional limitations. Reliability, obviously we can do better training with reinforcement learning with human feedback, or reinforcement learning with AI feedback. You can improve the truthfulness by, say, combining it with a prover. You can have more coherence, maybe a different loss function. In terms of creativity, novelty, invention, or authorships, there are various things that one can do in that space as well. On the capability side, one can enhance LLMs with image-guided diffusion. Online learning, you can use databases and fine-tuning. Mathematics, you can use algebra systems. And especially if you look at, say, what Wolfram Alpha is doing, and Stephen Wolfram, where they're looking at computation and bringing in that as well. I think there's incredible opportunities there with LLMs and what they are doing. A mental simulation using physics engine, agency. You needed to decide also intelligent agents. Is it the tool or is it the agent? You can have minimal agents, persistent agency, or compositional agency, which is more like a society of mind. So there are current limitations of deep learning. This is some of the limitations that Jan LeCun is spelling out. Basically, if you think about LLMs, it can't really reason. It cannot plan properly. It cannot at least do it like humans, some animals do it. So it needs to understand. So if you look at animals and humans, we understand how the world works. So we need to get better world models, not just world models that's based on what's in language and what's in information in text as well. There's obviously a lot more in terms of what we humans do in terms of that. We need to predict what humans and some animals do is predict consequences of their actions. We also can perform chains of reasoning, an unlimited number of steps, and can plan complex tasks by decomposing into sequences of subtasks. So those are things that's important. So machine doesn't have common sense. We've seen this, and animals and humans does have common sense. So that's something that we need to address. Now, Jan LeCun has talked about energy-based self-supervised learning and talk about this modular architecture for autonomous AI, which I like. Corresponds a little bit with Joshua Bach's system as well, unified model of cognition. But you can see basically what he's talking about. You need a configurator of other modules. So you've got various modules. So you've got a perception model that estimates the states of the world. Then you've got a world model that actually predicts future world states. Then you've got to have a cost function that compute discomfort. This is the whole thing here in pink. You can see there's a critic and intrinsic cost as well. And then the actor is really finding optimal action sequences. And then short-term memory is store state cost episodes. And you can see they all interface with one another. Now, there are different approaches to energy-based models. So you can look at energy-based models, and you can see this is like the self-supervised learning, where you can get the learning and then it's predicting all the kind of blue spaces. And you can give lower energy for compatible pairs of X and Y here. And you can also say give higher energy for incompatible pairs. So you obviously want to reduce the energy. So with energy-based training, there's two categories of methods. There's contrastive methods and there's regularized methods. Jan LeCun is obviously advocating more for regularized methods. Contrasting methods is just pushing down the energy of training samples, it's pulling up the energy of suitable generated contrastive samples, but it scales very badly with dimensions as well. So it's illustrated there. And then the steps towards more kind of autonomous AI systems here is around self-supervised learning to learn representations of the world as well, and then learn predictive models of the world. And what I like about this kind of energy-based kind of system, especially the joint embedding predictive architectures, is where you're generating representations on the input side, but you're also generating representations on the output side. So you're not predicting exact outputs like you typically get with supervised learning or some of the transformer-based systems. You're actually trying to predict the representations. So you're going from input representations to output representations. And this joint embedding predictive architecture is doing a great job. So the energy-based model frameworks are good. Learning world models from observation, this is important. This is how humans and human babies and animals are doing it. And reason and planning. And that is compatible with gradient-based learning. So this is obviously what Jan LeCun is talking about, because you can differentiate that. He's obviously not advocating for symbols and logic. It's all about vectors and continuous functions as well. So I can go into more details here. He's talking about a single configurable world model engine as well. Also, some very specific positions, or he calls it crazy hypotheses. Predictions is the essence of intelligence. I agree with that. If you think about even what active inference is doing, our brain is a prediction engine. That's what we do. Active inference speaks to this as well. We're learning predictive models of the world as the basis of common sense. Almost everything is learned. This JEPA kind of horizontal JEPA, hierarchical JEPA kind of models with non-contrastive training are the thing in his mind as well. I agree. Almost everything is learned through self-supervised learning. And then intrinsic costs and architecture drive behavior and determine what we learn. Emotions are necessary for autonomous intelligence. Reasoning is an extension of simulation and prediction and planning. And consciousness exists because we have only world model engine. Now that is a hypothesis, potential crazy hypothesis, but it is something that I think makes sense within this context. Now, also towards the latter part of this, I wanted to quickly just focus quickly on active inference, the free energy principle. I'm excited about this. It is a theoretical framework that explains perception, cognition, and behavior. The free energy principle, as I've mentioned earlier, it's all about basically it suggests that the brain reduces surprise and uncertainty. That's what we do as humans. We want to go to comfort zones. Daniel Kahneman talks about system 1 and system 2. System 1, everything is automatic. System 2, we do more thinking. And we move things from system 1 to system 2 effectively. In a lot of cases, if you start driving a car, it's really about initially using a lot of system 2, but then you get to system 1 where you do it on autopilot almost. So reducing surprise by making prediction based on internal models. So basically what you have here, you can see there's a brain, there's the external world. You've got internal states and the environment's got external states. And then there's sensory states and there's active states. So what you're trying to do is as you observe things through sensory states, You do making predictions. You've got your own world model, predictive model that's making predictions what you will expect. So, and the goal of the brain is to align its internal model with the external model, external world, to enhance its prediction accuracy. That's what our brains are doing all the time. So we want to minimize surprise. Now, active inference is really about characterizing perception, planning, and action in terms of probabilistic inference, and it combines both the perception sensory side as well as the action side of things. And it creates an integrated perspective on cognition and behavior. And it's more kind of a first principles approach around single imperative to minimize free energy. And there are very specific Bayesian logic and equations that you can see here. So on the sensory side, you can see it's about free energy minimization, and we're reducing complexity as well as inaccuracy because you want to get the predictions right. And then on the active inference side, the policy side, the action side, you want to obviously look at expected free energy minimization, and there you want to obviously looking at reducing risk. This is what humans do. We try to do something with the environment, actions, planning and reasoning to reduce risk and also reduce ambiguity. So that's kind of summarizing it in a nutshell. So you almost have this kind of market blanket of where the internal world of intelligent agent of a system is separate from the external world. And the Markov blanket is really defining that. Okay, and there's many applications of this. I'm quite excited about the implications for AGI or intelligent agents. So there's going to be more talks about that. And what's also really nice about this is you can actually design explainable AI with active inference, where you can look at hidden states and you can say, what am I perceiving? What am I trying to do? And then you get a higher hierarchical level where you're looking at your hidden mental state and say, what am I paying attention to? What am I trying to pay attention to? And then you can even have meta awareness where you say, how aware am I of where my attention is? Am I trying to maintain awareness of my attention state? So these kind of systems can be implemented that could be a lot more explainable as well. So which is fantastic. Yeah. So in summary, trustworthy, personalized AI, intelligent agents. I see the building blocks for intelligent agents as generative AI, active inference AI based on the free energy principle, and energy-based self-supervised learning. You can build these kind of personalized AI. It fits in with the AI and Web3, the next generation of the internet for a decentralized world. And it's part of a responsible evolution of autonomous AI, intelligent agents as defined by Versus as well, which I'm very excited about. And it's also very much aligned with the MTP for Humanity and Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah, and that concludes my presentation. Ready to join our mission.
Thank you so much. I think that one was a good one. Very good. To just kick us off and then just to get us in. So I think I'll take this opportunity because we're supposed to jump into our panel discussion to just get to digest what you presented and just get to talk it further. I'll take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Huri. She's here with us finally. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you. So thanks for joining us for this discussion. We're just from getting a very detailed presentation from Dr. Jerks, and I'll just have maybe one or two things before I can let Marwa take over the next session, which is now the panel discussion on the global defense of AI. So just the key takeaways, and I think you want to the audience. If you have any questions regarding Dr. Jake's presentation, you can put the same in the chat from whichever platform you are streaming from. Remember, we said we are streaming from YouTube, we are streaming from Twitter, and we are streaming from LinkedIn. So if you have any questions from Dr. Jake's presentation, feel free to just put them in the chat, and will be able to answer the same during this panel discussion as well. I'm really glad, Dr. Jakes, you did talk about sustainable development goals and how AI aligns that. I think like that's really keen. I didn't see that coming, but like it's so good because Africa, we are really keen on achieving the sustainable development goals across the board. And I know AI can really help us fast track achievement of some of these goals as well. So Marwa, Thank you so much, Dr. Jex, for this presentation. I think Marwa is going to moderate
My
the
pleasure.
panel discussion on the global strengths of AI. So, Marwa, you can take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Huri and then also go ahead with the panel discussion.
Thank you for the nice introduction, and for those who have been following Dr. Jackson's presentation, which is lovely, by the way. Nothing can be understated
Thank you.
about that. I think there's a lot to learn and a lot to take in, but foremost, we have a new guest here. She's not entirely new to Warren and I, but I think a warm introduction is deserved to our entire audience. So, Melton, if you could take some 5 minutes perhaps to introduce yourself to the broader audience, then we could resume this panel discussion.
Thank you, Marwa. Thank you, Warren, for inviting me to this event. I'm very happy to be here with you, and I'm pleased to meet Jack. And it was a
Yes.
really nice presentation. I liked it. So I'm an educational technologist. And I'm working on the use of innovative technologies in education for the last 16 years. And especially these XR technologies and AI today, AI use of in education. You know, with this chatbots, everything changed. Its appearance in the education arena. Many people are using them, and we are very excited. How will it go on with that? With this extensive use, now our students are using, teachers are using, administrators are using, and we are trying to, set up some rules, and we are trying to find some ways. Okay, how can we make use of this AI most profitable for teaching our students in the most effective way? And also, we are not forgetting teachers. We know that teachers are under workload, especially after this invasion of technology. Let's say we are in the digital era, but after this pandemic, it is more and more. Now our teachers are trying to use these tools. So we are trying to lessen their workload, not increase. We are trying to do some research studies to use all these tools effectively. Thank you very much.
Well put, Melton. And yeah, and I think Melton's background from our previous interaction, and correct me if I'm wrong, spans more into Web3 and the metaverse. She didn't outline that really, but it's nice having a blend of experience here with us today. So, yeah, on to the discussion right now, Jack. You are a well-traveled man, perhaps. I am aware of that more than anyone else that's watching. Jack is one of the pioneer voices in artificial intelligence. He'll tell us more about his initiatives and what he's doing for AI in the continent. So, you having traveled around, you having first-hand experience about
Yes.
artificial intelligence globally. So, how
Yes.
does it look like there? Let's start with that. So, how does the AI landscape look in more advanced countries in Europe and maybe the
Yeah.
USA?
Yeah. So it's. I was just coming from Seoul, South Korea, and it is unbelievable to see the Robot World 2030, where you see the robots and drones, and I can just see the potential of infusing that with active influence or more state of the art AI. But what I've already experienced and seen there, it feels like another world compared to what's happening in other places. Even if you look at, I know there's Boston Dynamics and there's quite a bit of stuff in the US happening as well, but I do think there are definitely certain parts of the world, Singapore, South Korea, US, some parts of Europe, that is definitely leading big time. But what I also see, because I spent quite a bit of time across the globe and also in Africa, I see a hunger in Africa, and I was recently in Nairobi as well, and there's so much talent, and you guys are testament to that as well. But when I was there, it was a Danian Labs and ACE. I did a keynote address there as well, but engaging with people, and you can just see that they are really getting it, and they are already playing around with the technology. It's not like they are that far behind. I do think from a research perspective, there are some talent, but it's almost like a lot of the top talent are being pulled like where the where the money is, and and really universities is that support this as well. So there's a lot of stuff happening in Canada. There's obviously in London, the UK. There's quite a bit of stuff in the US, East and West Coast. China is doing some great stuff as well. And what I would love to see is that we've got more kind of equitable kind of world where we've got more people contribute, more diverse from all over, from Africa, from Middle East, from Asia, all sorts of places we can contribute. I see a hunger when I talk to leaders. I'm also talking to governments and so forth, and you can see there's a hunger to make a change, but you need to fix the infrastructure. Now, when I went to Dubai right after my Sahel trip, it is incredible if you go there and see how business and government and everybody's aligned and what the kind of world that they've created. It's almost like the next Silicon Valley is happening there in the UAE, effectively, in Saudi, and everybody, well, they are getting onto things there. So the vision is there, but there's also longer term thinking. I think in the West, we also have a lot of these kind of Wall Street type of thing, quarterly kind of thing, short-term thinking, not necessarily think about 10 years, 15 years, 20 years ahead. This is what we're doing in China. This is what's happening in some of the Middle East countries. I know Rwanda, they are kind of Paul Kagame and people are more kind of looking at trying to think about where we need to take this. What are the steps that we need to take? So I see pockets. So Cornelius, to answer then, to summarize it almost like, I see, remember, they are in exponential kind of tracks as well with the technology. So we can't wait. We have to kind of leapfrog from an African perspective, from other parts of the world perspective, because things are moving fast. We can't just rest on our laurels and say, oh, we need to fix this and this. We need to fix this and do the other parts and start collaborating. Unfortunately, I think I get inspiration also from what Kenya did with mobile money, the leapfrogging that happened there as well. So we need to do that kind of leapfrogging, think out of the box. How can we quickly adapt this? And all we need is the data infrastructure. Obviously, the internet, the communication infrastructure is very important. But then with open source, the technology is out there. So it's available for us to use. That's why I'm, like Jan LeCun, advocating for open source. What Hugging Face is doing is great. We shouldn't have these proprietary things. I think for the better world, it's going to be more important that we share in a responsible way. Obviously, be aware of bad actors, but we can actually do things even in open source to protect us as well. But anyway, there's many dimensions. I'm quite excited about what we can do, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah, well put, Jack. I think it's quite important to note the advancement of artificial intelligence from a global perspective and compare that to what we have here locally. I think the artificial intelligence has been around for long, 8 years perhaps, since the term was first coined in 1950s. And despite the fact that it looks like a global phenomenon right now, this has been 8 years of people putting in hard work and sweat towards achieving.
Cornelius, I just want to make sure. Are you saying 8 years? 8. 80.
80.
That makes a lot of sense.
You're keen on that, aren't you? I wouldn't dare lie to everyone else, at least while you're around. Okay, so we have seen a lot of advancements, and I'm sure Jacques would follow. Would follow also along with this. And from expert systems, we have seen the development of classification algorithms, supervised learning, more recently also unsupervised learning, to what we have right now, neural networks, and also transformers more recently. That being seen as the next gate towards achieving large-based foundational models or large language models. So given all this information, what do you think Africa should do to catch up with the rest in terms of research and development? What could our continent do in order to bridge this gap and perhaps have concepts that are of our own intellectual property, pioneer innovations or groundbreaking discoveries in artificial intelligence from within, from our scope, and perhaps also these innovations could help in solving our problems? How do you think we could solve this?
Good. You're asking me, Cornelius?
Yeah.
I'm very excited about that topic as well. That's why I think I've kind of, with my presentation, I'm trying to make sense. Okay, Ray Dalio has got this saying: "Truth is an accurate understanding of reality, and an essential foundation for producing good outcomes." Now we know this. We operate in the world here. If we jump off a building and stuff, physics will show us that's reality. You can't. We have to be in touch with reality. And for me, we need to make sense around the whole the artificial intelligence space and pushing AI innovation. Which are the right direction things to do? Now, there's many things in the application front that we can apply our attention to, but the things that I'm trying to communicate as well in my presentation there as well, and what I'm really passionate about, we got to really focus on we don't want to waste time. And there's a lot of stuff happening, a lot of research globally, and there's a lot of infighting as well. You actually have people that's really supporting, say, the symbolic approaches or different other types of approaches, AI approaches. Now, in my mind, I'm just looking at the toolbox that's got strengths and weaknesses. And how can we, there's like Lego blocks, how do we put the right pieces together? Now, in my mind, if we want to build truly intelligent systems that's more like us, that can make a big difference, it's almost like this, what we've seen with generative AI as well, then I believe one needs to, and this is where, sorry, and I maybe just complete that sentence. There are clearly things that we can do with scalability. OpenAI has proven that in DeepMind, with reinforcement learning, with transformer-based networks. We are obviously trying to extract as much as possible. There's a bunch of research that we can do right there. So this is again where leapfrogging come in, because we can say, if we look at the generative AI landscape, where are the low-hanging fruits and where are the things that's truly important to research? So, and we need to filter, because there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of stuff that's not going to get us the best results in terms of responsible, trustworthy, explainable AI as well, and intelligent AI. So that's one piece. Then there are things like active inference based on the free energy principle. And I think what will happen in a few years' time, people will recognize this is the new kid on the block. This is very, very important kind of technology. And there are companies that have paved the way. Also, because there's something around, we have to think about, we live in a 3D kind of world, space and time. So the current internet protocols it needs to be adapted. And now there's work being done, separate, specifically focused on the spatial web, which is really, for me, key for the Web 3.0. And the reason why that is important, because it's providing us with the context so we can build better world models. And now what's happened now with Versus, we've got this new internet protocol, spatial webs. You can do spatial computing, and you can now actually have something that can do reasoning with this in an explainable way. So for me, that is a very important thing. But that doesn't solve everything. That's why I'm not saying it's the only kid on the block. There are what Jan LeCun, and I'm looking at all, and it's not only Jan LeCun, there are other very exciting stuff. I'm looking at even what Joshua Bach is doing with cognitive models, and he's got a really interesting way of thinking about things. Well, the brain, everything is very computational. But what Jan LeCun is proposing, I do think it's got a lot of merit. So I would put, if I have to betting man, I would put my chips on generative AI, the current stuff, because there's so much value to unlock. I put my bets on active inference and free energy principle. I put my bets on this kind of energy-based self-supervised learning as a starting point. Now, there are people like SingularityNet, Ben Goodsall, that's talking about more kind of bringing in other symbolic components into it as well. And I do think it's got merit. So one can look at it and try and build things, because we don't need to emulate the brain exactly. If you think about aeroplanes, it's not exactly doing what birds are doing. But it's still about the principles as well. So to summarize, I believe I've laid out, kind of done some filtering where I think we need to focus. And I would love to see that we've got top talent and as many people as possible on the African continent and globally really zooming in on these kind of things. And there's others as well, but I would say these are already ones that we should focus on. and then start building the kind of solutions that we want. And for me, it's around the personalized AI kind of solutions, because I'm really want to see everybody benefiting from this, not just the tech giant. So I would love to see that we innovate, but then that we apply this in a proper way. And as you guys talked about, we've got the Sustainable Development Goals. We've got this kind of massive transformative purpose for humanity. So let's implement solutions towards that better world as well. So that excites me as well. So both excites me. The innovation, I love understanding the human brain. I love understanding natural intelligence and, and so forth. But I also love the application side.
Well put, Isaac. Yeah, I think the next question goes to Melton. Your background is in education, right? And some of the ethical concerns posed by artificial intelligence, by AGI, which Jacques is a strong advocate for. We'll get back to that shortly. And I think most people are worried about AI taking away their jobs. So, how's that in education, Melton? Are you worried that perhaps an AI agent could render you useless and perhaps you could go find another profession? Or do you think the integration between artificial intelligence and human intuition could help us forge perhaps new discoveries and help us, get work done easily, become better educators?
Well, this is the prominent question in every other discussion when we are talking about this AI use in education, if it will take the place of teachers. Basically, no, because what I think is it's a great technology to help support teachers. The way they are teaching, okay, as learning resources, supplementary materials, and with this intelligent tutoring systems and personal assistants, we can somehow enrich our teaching, and we can offer our students to learn from another tool, okay, from another teacher, let's say. So it will not take the place. It's a great opportunity for teachers. And also not only for teaching, but for also assessing the grades, okay? It's another tool. These AI tools are very, very beneficial for the teachers. And also it is for helping us for the administrative works in educational institutions, okay? By detecting the students' progress, by monitoring each student's progress, they can report to the educational institutions about each student's learning style, preferences, the way they learn, how they learn, okay, their expectations about the learning process. So this gives us a kind of feeling, and we learn about students' strengths, their weaknesses, their learning styles. So with this adaptive systems, okay, with this adaptive system, so educational institutions can work on their programs and for better teaching to these students. And it is also good for individual differences. We know that some students learn fast, some students are a little bit slow. So with this personalized learning systems, which are AI based, we can detect those students, and the AI system, adaptive system, can offer them extra materials to work on, or if they are, if they are advanced, some extra materials offered. But if they are behind the class, and let's think that these students are weak, so they are supported with some extra learning materials. So that's an amazing tool. And also for learning analytics, it's long time ago it started. This learning analytics also give us to get the whole picture of a class, not only the individual students, but a class or an educational environment. So with these data, these insights we have, we can make up our programs, we can review them, we can improve them. So these are amazing tools, okay? And the teachers, the support for teachers, when we talk about the new technology, a little bit teachers are, hesitating because their plates are already full, okay? They are under the too much workload. They want to use technologies. We know they are very excited to use new technologies, but what about how to start using it, how to embed into their teaching, and they don't want to redefine their way of teaching. So these AI technologies actually there to support these teachers to offer them some extra learning material, extra teaching materials for for assignments, for grading assignments, students' assignments, and their assessments. And also, there are great opportunities offered by AI for teachers for their professional development. So these are all helpful, actually, for empowering education by the help of AI. And also, these students, these AI tools are not only monitoring students' achievement and success, but also their motivation and engagement. If there are some students, they are disengaged with the lesson, they are demotivated, let's say, and these AI tools are there to intervene, a timely intervention. Okay, they can. Um, they can help teachers and again the institutions to do something for these students. So there are many opportunities, as I said, for educational institutions and teachers. And there are also these days these chatbots are large, extensively used. In one research I've read that almost 85% of the US students are using these chatbots, not only this ChatGPT, the well-known one, but also the Google Bard and some others. They use it. There comes the question, this copy pasting, okay? This is the basic question. Actually, even some researchers are copy pasting, and like now there are some detecting systems, it started to appear to if something is written by a ChatGPT too. But actually the thing should be here, how should we use these tools effectively for their learning, for students learning, especially for this teaching by higher order thinking skills. Improving students higher order thinking skills is the main issue, okay? And while we are teaching, I mean, how can we improve students higher order thinking skills like problem solving skills, critical thinking skills, okay? With AI tools, working collaboratively with AI tools, with their personal assistant, we can make it. So as a tech person, I strongly suggest using this ChatGPT, beginning from these text generators, all the AI tools in our education. But the thing we should do is, how should we make use of them effectively, ethically, okay? And in the right way that meet our audience, our learners' needs, expectations, their learning styles and paces. This is the question, actually, because these technologies are there and many will on the way to come, as it happened in the past. We should decide which methodologies we should use these technologies. Okay, because these technologies, media, we call them in EdTech, is always there. In the well-known Clark-Kozma debate, maybe you have heard of it. It's a debate going for decades. So if the media or the methodology, I'd say methodology comes first, but we should use these technologies, these media, well, for the sake of teaching our students in the most effective way. Isn't it, Jack?
Melton, I can't agree more with you. This is also a subject that is I'm so passionate about. I've invested also in a company, in a AI-driven educational company as well. I wrote about this in my book as well, ultra personalized kind of education. We talk about the fourth educational revolution that we are in effectively. And I'm so happy with the disruption happening. It needs to happen on all levels, from primary school all the way up to university kind of level. And we need to embrace these things, because in the end, it's really about, we need critical thinking, first principle thinking. There's different ways of evaluating and testing and working with people. So And we need to obviously be fine with change and all of these kind of things. So those kind of 21st century skills and competencies that we know are the important things. What I envisage also with personalized AI is this lifelong and life-wide learning assistant. Just imagine you've got a personalized AI. Said a few hundred years from now, I'm sure if we don't damage humanity and we are on still a positive path, that I think we would be able to have our own AI assistant that's batting for us, supporting us, but it's helping us to understand concepts and stuff and know where we are in terms of understanding the building blocks and understanding our world model maybe better and so as well. So I do believe that there's an incredible opportunity to create this kind of lifelong, life-wide learning. For me, it's embedded as part of this personalized AI. And I would love to see these kind of applications, obviously in education. Another one is healthcare and wellness, to make smarter decisions, mental health, and all of those kind of things, because there's some education happening on that front as well. But education is for me almost one of the most important applications, most positive, beneficial applications for humanity. And that's why I talk about this quite a bit in my book as well. If you think about even character or wisdom, those kind of things, it's all part of the educational ladder, so to speak. So, and it's not just about the knowledge; it's about wisdom and applying the knowledge in the right ways. And people need to be educated to do those kind of things as well. So, and also have to steel man other thoughts and other approaches as well. So I think it's very important for sense making to really understand the other point of view. And I think we can create more empathy as well with other people and all of these kind of things. So education touches it's such a crucial note. And so I would love to talk to you also further. I know you're kind of clearly a specialist in this area. I wrote about it. I'm passionate about it. I think it's for me very much part of the kind of solutions and systems that we need to build for humanity. So as many people as possible can benefit, because as humans, just maybe a final comment on this. As humans, we all run narratives in our heads. We've got a prediction engine and stuff. And if we can just increase the wisdom levels, the knowledge levels, the wisdom levels of humanity globally, you increase the
Melton, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think there's a disconnection. The internet is not stable. It goes down.
Yeah, I think that's the case with Jack. Public Wi-Fi can get a bit messy. So yeah, if you're following along from our broader audience, I thank you so much for making time. Jack, full of wisdom, imparted some of that to us here. And Melton, of course, has a lot to share. I believe Jack has been locked out, unfortunately. I bet he'll join us shortly. So if you're following with us, please invite a friend, share with everyone. We are streaming live from YouTube, you're streaming live from Twitter. And we're privileged here today to host a host of events. A host of speakers spanning from different backgrounds. We have been privileged to have Dr. Jack, who is a renowned figure in artificial intelligence across the continent, an author, and also an advocate for the adoption of artificial intelligence in Africa. He's based in South Africa. Also, allow me to acknowledge the fact that we are privileged to also have a diverse audience from all across our continent and also beyond our continent. Melton is from Turkey, right? Jack from South Africa. I think we're privileged to have speakers from 15 different nationalities,
Wow.
and we're also privileged to have listeners from 20 plus different nationalities within our ecosystem. So if you're following with us, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, also follow our Twitter page. And also, more importantly, Intelliverse AI is a platform to nurture artificial intelligence research. You can join us, or you can join our initiative if you are in artificial intelligence, data science, AI engineering, etc., machine learning engineering. If you have a concept in artificial intelligence or you want to take part in a research project, feel free to join our platform to in order to be part of our broader ecosystem to help in the adoption and also advancement of artificial intelligence throughout our continent. Meltem, nice having you. So those who haven't met Meltem, she is one of the most lively people you'd ever come across, lively and passionate. I think these are two really important traits that all of us should adopt, especially those who are keen on advancement in artificial intelligence. That first of all, we have to be interested in knowing what we're getting into and also knowing what advancement of artificial intelligence would mean. Meltem has a wealth of experience working in projects, etc. Perhaps she will outline that in her presentation here shortly. So Meltem, I think you had prepared a presentation for audience today.
Yeah, I can share with you if you like. Sure.
Yeah, the floor is yours. I think we could have.
Do we have time? It seems like 12 minutes. Is that? Am I right?
Yeah,
so I have to.
Yeah, don't worry too much about time because I think 15 minutes should be enough because our next speaker should join us at about 11.
Yeah, I can finish it in 15 minutes. So I'm sharing my screen, so I will not be able to see you. Okay. Is it?
Jack,
Check his back.
I'm back here. I lost the internet, but yeah. So thank you very much. It was awesome.
So yeah. Jack.
Yes.
So I was just about I summarized what I had in my presentation, in my talk. Actually, maybe also I can make. Jake was speaking, so it's cut. Maybe Jake, you can finish your words, and I can make some additions, and we can.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you were able. It's probably just finishing off my part of this as well. I just want to say. I don't know what was lost and what, but I'm personally incredibly passionate about education. I think it's one of the most important areas of application for AI. I think it's incredibly important for Africa specifically, and it's a way for us to leapfrog by adopting kind of personalized AI education at scale. So we should remove all the barriers. If there's internet barriers, infrastructure barriers, invest there. So what I would recommend for national AI strategies, not just the African continent, obviously globally, but if Africa because it's the AI Africa Summit, if we want to really move forward quicker, I would say what are the basic infrastructure we need here? I would say internet costs need to be reduced. It should be accessible. We shouldn't have the problems. The infrastructure super important. Access to data, access to the internet. Then I would say really go hard after personalized education at scale on all the various levels. So what Professor Dr. Melton is doing, very important, and I'm passionate about it. Even with personalized AI that I think about, very important. We've got AI-driven wellness companion kind of solutions where we're looking at mental health and those kind of things as well. That's really at the intersection of education and healthcare. Very important that we democratize that so the benefit goes to as many people as possible. And that's the opportunity, and at least that excites me. So as an entrepreneur, I'm optimistic. Yes, there's things that can go wrong and all of it, but let's focus on the positive things and carve out this positive world for ourselves as humanity. So, and we just need visionary leadership and then execution around this. We need wisdom to make the right choices, but very excited about this. And thanks, Warren, Cornelius, for you guys as well in Televerse. I'm quite excited about but what you guys are doing as well, because you need these kind of people that really is drivers. They want to make a difference here, and they want to create communities, and they want to build solutions, and they want to advance the state of the art in AI, and they want to build these applications. Personally, I identify with that, and we need to set an example for others as well to follow.
May I add some more to what Jack said? He summarized all very well. Actually, what I think is, as Jack said, these personalized learning tools, intelligent tutoring systems, these adaptive systems can be can we call it a solution, but I don't know, but it's a great potential for this teacher shortage, infrastructure problems we have, not only in Africa, with many parts of the world. I'm working with Philippines, with the Philippines, the same problems are going there. So it is something basic, actually common in many parts of the world. So this teacher shortage, and especially this infrastructure problem, maybe somehow with this AI tools can be solved, let's say. And also there are disabled people, these kind of tools with text to speech, speech to text, for example. There are great opportunities for them to learn, okay? What I say is, okay, we are going to use these AI tools more and more in education. Although we are doing some research studies, how can we make use of them much better way? We are implementing some tools. We are trying some tools in our classes and trying to measure its effects on students' learning, achievement, their motivation, engagement, many other variables we are working on. So in time, this will be much clearer. But I really, as an tech person, believe in the potential of AI in education. I think the market believes in the same thing. So I would like to share with you some reports. Okay, according to the market report, at the end of we came to the end of the 2023, the market, this AI in education market, will grow up to 3.7 million. So, and in 2024, the UNESCO reports indicates that it will be expected to be worth of $6 billion. And the global market insights also states that the AI in the education market will exceed 80 billion by the 2030s. So these are great numbers. So not only us, the market also has a kind of belief in this. So we will see in time what happens about this AI in education. Thank you for inviting me.
Okay. Let me just go in, Marwa, on this. Just one question for both of our speakers of this panel. So one goes to, I think I'll start with Dr. Huri. I believe you are from almost two continents. Yeah, Turkey has a part of it in Europe, and Turkey also has a part of it in Asia. So you're sharing experience from Europe and Asia as well. So maybe you can tell us what exactly is going on as far as AI is concerned in those two continents, and how can we, as Africans, borrow from that, maybe, or collaborate with the people from Europe and also people from Asia and Middle East. I know Jerks has a lot of experience, so it can contribute on this one as well. But you can tell us what's happening in Europe and Asia that's positive and also bad, and then how can we in Africa borrow from the development from those two continents?
Well, as I said, actually these tools are used widely, all globally. I mean, I cannot make a difference between Asia and Europe. Yes, Turkey is in between countries, but we are heavily using, them. Our students are using, teachers started to use, everyone. I have an international network. I'm talking to people from around the world, and they say that they are using these tools very effectively and and very beneficial actually for our teaching. The thing is, as I said, we have to know how to make use of them, how to embed them into our teaching, an educational system, a current educational system, because we are open to innovative technologies. If and unless there is another plusing into our workload, there is a research I read about. It collects the perceptions of teachers, educators towards these AI tools. They say that they don't want no more workload, but they are helpful. If they are helpful, they want to embed them. This is the actually common thing, I think, and I cannot make the difference between Asia, Europe, all around Turkey and globally, whoever I talk. not only for our teaching, for our administrative works, even we are getting help in our research studies, okay? But this doesn't mean, and the student should not mean that we do copy pasting, okay? And also for researchers I'm talking to, there are some now the indexes and the journals are detecting this, for example, the works written by text generators. Okay, these tools are improving, and some other side tools, let's say, are developing in the market and in the education. So what I say is actually the common concerns, okay, how we use them and effectively, ethically, how can we embed to our educational systems? So we have to work on this. This is the basic issue, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Dr. Jakes has left us. So I'm still just back to what he was presenting before about the development, sustainable development goals
Yeah.
with AI. And I know education is also a major key player into
Yeah,
that.
four.
And like, so if you've worked with the university specifically, universities, that's where most of the research is, right? So
Yeah.
maybe you can tell us if there are any frameworks that most of the university you've talked to or know are put into place to make sure that AI research is uh, really enhanced, and like if these measures are they, and if there's any way we can improve on those measures to make sure that research within universities, because I think most of the students are in the universities, PhD holders, masters are also within the university. So how do we make sure that if there are measures in place, how do we improve on those measures?
I mean, you're asking about the research studies side of it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, since this, especially, I'm always giving that as an example, these text generating tools, this changed. We, as researchers, want to work on hot topics, okay? Because it increases not only the publication of our work, but also we want to see the results. If it really helps us to teach our students, okay, how it helps, we want to see the results. So this AI is one of the things latest we work on heavily. How can we embed it, and how these affects, as I said, the success, achievement, their students progress, okay, in the learning process, okay. And also we are trying to measure how effectively, the effective side of teaching is also important, not only for the cognitive things we are thinking about. We also want our students, while they are learning, to be motivated, okay, to be engaged in the learning thing. So we are doing some research studies on these variables. And these change, actually, these types of research change. It can be correlational studies, descriptive studies, many, or we are trying to develop AI tools, not with the design-based research studies or developmental research studies. We are trying to develop some learning environment, AI-based learning environments for our students to, again, all this goal is here to make our students learn better, okay? And also, we don't want to bring a plus workload to our teachers, but somehow facilitate their work, okay? Because they don't want to juggle around many multi-technology things, okay? So our aims are basically these. And this, you talked about CDGs. CDGs are important by United Nations. It has been announced. This fourth one is quality education. And the quality in education is related to AR these days also, because it talks about using new innovative technologies in education. So AI is one of these technologies. And we are, for the quality of education, we are trying to, for today's learners, digital natives, because they also like personalized learning, they prefer, we are trying to offer them some opportunities, personalized learning opportunities, and AI helps us for this. So these are the things I can say about this research. But, as these tools increase the number, there will be more and more studies and the variables will, change. What should we focus on to see if really how they are beneficial, okay? In what ways they are beneficial for students learning, for our students learning. Yeah. I can't hear.
Thank you so much for that. I think personalized learning is key. I think sometime back I was running a program with one of the local NGOs here. It's called Pacemaker International, and one of the programs we were running was called TAL. TAL is basically teaching at the right level, and it is just making sure that we teach not as a group, but we focus on the individual learner, not based on their intellectual ability, but we look at the learner with different lenses to just make sure that uh, the programs or the kind of games we make for the teaching is like different and to that specific learner. So personalized learning is key, and I believe with the advancement of these AI tools, tutor tools, this one is something which you are going to achieve real quickly if you have not already achieved it, because we already have major players in that field using AI to make sure that is good. As well as you've really highlighted research tools, because we are one of such. We are basically a collaborative research hub for AI, obviously. So we are really keen on that, and I believe we are going to make sure that we build the best platform out there to make sure that AI researchers can work on solutions that make it like make a change and impact on the African continent and also globally as well. So I don't know, Marwa, you can go ahead to if you have a question for Dr. Meltem, or if you have any questions from the audience from any platform, YouTube, Twitter, and LinkedIn, you can also ask the same.
Can I thank you also as my last words? I would like to finish with that. Thank you, Warren, for summarizing the thing. As I said, personalizing learning is the basic thing. Okay, we aim at this adaptive systems, personal assistance, blah blah, all AI-based tools. Okay. Yes, we should support. It is supported with AI tools. What I believe in this, yes, let's use these tools, okay, for education, because I think, and I'm also a user of these tools. I believe that, especially these text generators, when you are communicating with them, you learn a lot. This is what I tell to my students, okay. Just don't ask if I deliver them an assignment, just don't get the answer and leave the, no, try to talk to it, communicate. So you will see in the end that you will see that you're learning because these systems are running, okay? You are deeply learning actually while communicating, okay? This is what I want to say. People are sometimes hesitative about using these tools in education. We can use them, but we should know how to use them, okay? We should decide how to use them, okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Melton. I think it's key to note, as I had mentioned earlier on, the importance of cross team and also cross functional collaboration. If Jinx was here, I think we would have had a more comprehensive discussion about an area that he's passionate about, the open source movement and the how it works basically. And for those who do not follow along with that term, is uh, it's about people coming together on working on a particular project or a particular coding project for the benefit of like everyone else. So most of the programming languages that we know are open source. So that means that a kid from here, Kenya, from rural Kenya, for example, and the same kid and another kid from London could literally use the same programming language to build an actual solution. This programming language or this tool is made freely available to everyone. So most of the programming languages that we know are open source. So that means that a kid from here, Kenya, could literally use the same programming language to build an actual solution. This programming language or this tool is made freely available to everyone. So yeah, this affords these kids free insight, like their geographical presence or their geographical locations with the opportunity to interact with fast-paced technology, and that's the power really of open source. And as far as collaboration is concerned, Dr. Melton, I think it's also keen. That perhaps you didn't mention this uh, during this discussion, but you have worked on numerous projects across like so many different continents. And I think it's really important for everyone to embrace the same technology. That the fact that AI African researchers could collaborate on perhaps cutting edge AI algorithms in medicine, that also we could partake in the advancement of artificial intelligence from our own definition, from our own problem definition, and perhaps that our solutions could also translate to global impact. We have seen the advance more recently, African startups continually raising more funds, and most of the startups, mostly Nigerian startups, are achieving unicorn status, which speaks a lot to the level of ingenuity and innovation that is here across. I think our platform is an avenue or is a platform that tries to bridge this divide, providing a platform and also providing organizations of our partners with access to the right talent to solve general artificial intelligence problems. And I'm sure through conversations like the ones that we're having here, Professor Melton, perhaps this would lead to fostering perhaps a new project or an interdisciplinary project, perhaps AI in education, and also us coming in with the knowledge in AI and people collaborating basically on such ideas that overall will help us make the world a better place. So thank you, Melton. I'm not sure exactly what your schedule is like today, but I'd like to have you around here for like the whole day. Like if you've never met Melton, she's such a lovely human being.
Yeah. I know, right? Yeah, like she's very enthusiastic and like I don't know. That's good. So I think thank you so much, Dr. Melton. For now, yeah, I think we are going to usher in the next session. It will also be nice for you before even you leave the studio to just get to meet Sharola Odipo. She's the managing partner at Accord Odipo and Co-Advocates, very what do you call it? Experienced lawyer in policy and also tech law as well. So she's going to be taking us through one of my favorite topics, and I think it's the one thing like everybody talks about nowadays, from the non-technical guys, how AI is taking over the world and how AI is going to like make us all slaves. So Sharola is going to be taking us through ethics in AI. Ethics in AI development and also research bit of it, and just trying to get to know what is this thing, because if we develop AI without those frameworks, and also she's also going to talk about policies and regulations that governments have put into place to make sure that the AI development is like done ethically across the board, from research to development to commercialization and everything else. So I'll let Sharola introduce herself. I remember telling you yesterday that in Kenya doctor is daktari. So if daktari you are held up, you could maybe you can join us for a few minutes and then leave us. But Sharola, the stage is yours.
Hello, Daktari, and everyone else. Good morning. My name is Sharola Odipo, managing partner at Koth Odipo and Company Advocates. I have a special passion for artificial intelligence. I practice corporate commercial. The firm handles litigation and is wholesome in nature. But I have a particularly keen ear to the currently developing artificial intelligence in the world, and it's also rolling into Africa, slow but sure. And much as we're looking at its development and innovativeness, we want also to embrace the fact that there are some challenges that come with new innovation. And we would want to see how we'd cap the same before it's too late or at the initial stages. So today I'm going to talk about ethics in AI research and development. I am going to look at maybe mitigations and several recommendations that have been made on the same on a global platform, and the legislative infrastructure that has been created in some more developed jurisdictions. And then we'll handle a bit of comparative study and come to a conclusion on what we can do as we are trying to embrace inclusive growth of AI, as well as mitigating ethical discrepancies. So, first of all, we would like to admit the fact that AI currently it's becoming inevitable eventuality right now, and it is clearly the future of innovation in technology. So in this session, we'll delve into the economical issue, the ethical issues with the progressively established, along the way, and the policies. We are going to look at bodies like UNESCO that are tasked and mandated with specific scientific developments, and Africa at large. So, to start with, I'd like us to look at the life cycle of artificial intelligence and the actors that are involved throughout this cycle. So, when we talk about AI, we're looking at AI systems from the point of research before the AI system is developed. We're looking at the design and development. We are looking at development and use of AI systems. We are looking at maintenance. We are looking at operation, the trade of these AI systems. We're looking at financing, the end use, and finally, the disassembly and termination of AI systems. So this basically gives the life cycle of an AI system. And throughout this life cycle, there are several actors that are involved. These are people who interact with AI systems on a day-to-day basis. We have the researchers who come up with research before the AI system is developed. We have the programmers who participate in the programming of the AI systems. We have the engineers, we have the data scientists, we have the end user, the consumers, who are like business entities, universities, students. I have noticed that you have mentioned a lot and are very enthusiastic about the education system. So we have students who are currently consumers of the AI systems. And as we look at the system, the life cycle, the actors, we have noted that there are several ethical issues that we are currently facing at different levels of this life cycle. So now we're going to delve into these major ethical issues that we are currently facing in AI. So the first major issue that we are facing is bias. Bias, I believe, has been discussed over and over again. And when we look at the current society and community, there are existing societal biases that are prevailing and that are unavoidable, And when we see these AI systems that have been rolled out currently, they're coming out with the existing societal biases. And I don't know how we are going to go about, rectifying that such that these issues don't compound. These AI systems don't actually compound the existing societal issues. How do we go about making sure that the AI systems are free from discrimination? How do we ensure fairness? So this issue of bias is one of the main ethical issues that we are going to look at today. And I'm sure after this, we're having a panel session. So it will be a very good idea for other members of the panel to, look at these biases, because we're going to look at how to mitigate these biases. And we're going to look at several recommendations that can be made, because it's through forums like this that we come up with, recommendations that can be adopted as we proceed with these innovative features that we're getting. So we're going to look at transparency as another ethical issue that AI is currently facing. When we look at the development, the research of AI, and how the output, we cannot tell where this information is coming from. We do not know the source of the information that we are getting or the source of the output of AI. So how can we know? How can we look at AI system as transparent? How can we trust that what it is giving us is transparent in nature? And how can we mitigate that transparency to ensure that AI systems are trustworthy? So we are also going to look at accountability. So in accountability, throughout these actors that we have right now, from the people, from the researchers, the programmers, the data scientists, the users, how do we create a system of accountability? Because as is right now, how do we point liability in this case? Because there's a very recent US case where a lawyer went into court and their research was based on generative AI. They used ChatGPT to generate their submissions in court. And when they presented these cases in front of the judge, it was established that 6 of these cases that were used as precedents were actually non-existent. They did not exist completely. And it was such a big deal in the AI platform because the question then comes in, who should be held responsible for this false information? And even more worryingly, where is this AI system getting this non-existent information from? Where is its source? And you see, at this point, it's very easy to say that you can hold the lawyer accountable for not doing their due diligence and not doing the background research on whether or not these precedents were existing. But what if there's proper advancement and AI actually replaces human labor? Then at this point, who should be held accountable for what is, or for the output of artificial intelligence systems? You see, questions like this they need to be responded to at this point. So the next issue that we're getting here under the ethical, privacy. When you look at AI, data scientists will tell you that they need to get as much data as possible for an AI to give output that is accurate, detailed, and functional in nature. So now, as they are gathering this information, where are they getting this information from? And does that actually go to infringe on people's right of privacy? So how far is AI willing to go? Is it above the rule of law? Is AI above the law? Are they not subject to the rule of law? Are they not infringing on the right to privacy? Are they now not interfering with human rights and freedom? So this is an ethical issue that we need to get into, that we need to discuss, that we need to find ways to mitigate earlier on at this cradle stage before it's too late and AI completely goes to vandalize human rights. So now we get to the most sensitive topic that I have been listening in and I have understood that we're very passionate about, and this is education. There's pros and cons to this. When you look at education, AI is very helpful, both from the teaching point and from the research point for the students. But it is very obvious that right now, so many students are using generative AI to come up with, their educational responsibilities. They are using AI to come up with research, and it generates research data in a matter of minutes. So this makes work easier even for the students. But the point is, students don't get to fulfill their academic responsibilities. They use AI, and it worries that at the end of the day, we will have students who lack actual knowledge and content because they are using artificial intelligence. At the same time, we want them to embrace this innovation. So how do we strike this delicate balance such that we have good quality education system and we don't compromise on that? At the same time, we embrace artificial intelligence into our education systems. How are we going to regulate this use of generative AI to ensure that we have a win-win? So, sorry. Just a minute, sorry.
Sorry about that, Sharola. I think she's caught up in some maybe small joke or small slight help. Healthcare. So if you're following us on this conversation, we
Yeah, I
have
am
an
following.
esteemed panel.
Mara, may I add something? I jumped in, but
Yeah,
sorry.
please do,
Yeah,
Welton.
she
Please
was
do.
talking about very serious issues. Actually, this, this
Yeah.
bias and the things. I mean, about especially text generators. It's a great ethical issue. When we search for something, okay, there's a kind of reply coming there, but we don't know where this information is coming from. Whose is it? Can we trust in them? And I myself observed that the resources they show us, indicate us, are totally wrong. Okay, totally wrong. So we cannot find them. So these ethical issues are really, I'm only talking about text generators, are really a great issue that we will be talking in for long, I think, in the following years. Thank you. I think she's back.
Yeah,
Yes, thank
brilliant.
you.
Well put, Belton. Also adding in on top of what Sharola was discussing earlier on. And sorry for interjecting, but I think this is a great opportunity for us to ask our viewers to collaborate with us in this conversation or to participate in this conversation by adding in your comments, adding in your suggestions. We've had, in particular, Sharola stating how artificial intelligence is being used in education systems nowadays by learners, and perhaps that inhibits the ability to like absorbing information as traditionally students are supposed to. So if you are a learner, doesn't mean we no specific level specified. If you are perhaps conducting your PhD research thesis or your masters or your undergrad, or even if I know high school students in Kenya are on holiday. So if you are that level, how often do you use ChatGPT in your studies? How often do you use ChatGPT to do your homework or your research thesis? Like, what has been your experience with it? Then, lastly, do you think it's wrong using ChatGPT to as part as your study guide or as to complete your assignments? So I think Sharola is back with us 100%. At the podium was yours, Sharola. I think you can continue with the conversation that we were having earlier on, Sharola.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cornelius. So with what we have seen, this does not really begin to give the complete list of the moral issues or the unethical issues or the ethical issues that we are having with the advent of artificial intelligence globally. So I believe even as we are developing innovation, even as we are coming up with these technological advancements, it is very vital that we handle these ethical issues at grassroots level. Otherwise, they will open Pandora's box, and then we will not be able to get back from all this. And we need to have legislative, infrastructure in place. We need to have policies that will ensure that we have inclusive growth. We embrace innovation. At the same time, we don't compromise on our ethics, and we have ethical guardrails. So now we're going to get a few suggestions, maybe mitigations that we can come up with to ensure that just a few. You may include some more in the comment section and everything, but when we look at an ethical issue like bias, how would data scientists and these programmers ensure that the algorithm is geared towards an inclusive, a more inclusive AI system? First of all, it will be this is a suggest, it will be very important to have incorporative, diverse data sets. For instance, if you're coming up with an AI system, conduct your research thoroughly, go to the grassroots, go to the actual areas that this AI is going to serve globally, so that you're alive to the realities of what this system is going to handle, and you have factual evidence, and it's very accurate that the output that this AI system is going to give is the actual status on the ground. It's very important that the AI systems have diverse data sets. Also, when it comes to issues like transparency and accountability, I don't know about this will tickle a bit, but I feel like these developing entities need to retain some form of responsibility and accountability. Because what is the fallback? If you produce an AI system that ends up giving up erroneous outputs, who should be held accountable? Like that case in the US court where a system gave out completely non-existent information. Don't you think that regulatory bodies should ensure that the developing entities retain some form of responsibility, some form of liability, such that they will be very limited? The autonomy of AI should not be absolute in nature. The AI should be regulated, because if it's absolute in nature, then where is the fallback plan? Who should take accountability and responsibility in case they mess up? You know? So when we are coming up with regulation, we need to include that. Consider the main actors in the AI lifecycle and allocate responsibility to these different actors here and there to ensure that it is well regulated and there is proper legislative infrastructure in place. Yeah, so when I mentioned earlier that the UNESCO is an entity that is properly mandated to ensure that science and technology develop with strong ethical standards and guardrails. So now we're looking at recommendations that are currently already in place by UNESCO. And UNESCO has come up with several areas of policy action that work towards improving the status quo of the ethical standards vis-a-vis innovations. So I'll just point out a few areas of policy action that they have come up with that work towards improving the ethical standards that is in the innovative world. So they have an area of policy action for ethical impact assessment. They have ethical governance and stewardship. They have data policy. They have development and international cooperation. They have environment and ecosystems, gender, culture, education and research, communication and information, economy and labor, and health and social well-being. So with these areas of policy actions, they have come up with a structure whereby they come up with these areas and then they monitor and evaluate how these recommendations are playing out together with this innovation and the growth and development of AI systems. And then they exploit and utilize these present recommendations to the level best. And then they promote it far and wide to ensure that the whole world, it is globally recognized. These recommendations are being globally consumed. And then after that, they will see whether these recommendations and policy action points are actually being absorbed and whether they are working. And if this works, people can adopt them. Systems and entities can adopt them. But if they do not work, back to the drawing board to come up with new recommendation. And I feel like this is something that should be done by various international entities, different jurisdictions, just to come up with recommendations on a rolling basis. Since this is still on the cradle stage, it is important that it is dealt with right now and it goes on a rolling basis, because this is something that is growing. So if it grows hand in hand with the ethical standards, it's a win-win for everyone. That said, we are going now to look at a legislative comparative study. We're going to look at different jurisdictions and how they have come up with policies. We're going to look at the more advanced ones. We're going to look at the less advanced ones, those that don't have policies or legal infrastructure at all. So I looked at Canada as an example, because I like the way Canada embraced AI. Canada has a very AI friendly environment. It has fostered warmth when it comes to artificial intelligence. But they have ensured that as much as they have given the AI system a warm welcome into the world, they have also ensured that they have created the delicate balance between innovation and ethical standards. they have ensured that they are both growing simultaneously in their country. So Canada actively participated in international collaborations and adhered to global standards to enable a well-embraced innovative development. They became a member in the Global Partnership of Artificial Intelligence, which is an international initiative. It's a global initiative, and this showcased their willingness to embrace both innovation and ethics. And it spearheaded, their direction towards creating local legislation to govern AI and to govern ethics together, hand in hand. So they embrace this GPAI into their system, and it's actually part of the legislation that is currently used in Canada. They also have formulated a policy out of the GPA initiative. They have formulated Canadian AI Ethics and Responsible AI, which is an initiative that saw Canada aligning with the international ethical standards. And they localized these policies such that now they were almost like ratified and embraced in their country. And then you see it had a trickle down effect. In the year 2021, there was an AI Data Act in Canada. And this Data Act mainly focused on the data standards of AI, and this enhanced accountability and transparency. So it is possible. This is something that is workable. It is possible to embrace innovation and still manage to have ethical guardrails. And if we are to borrow from Canada, I think the progression is very positive in nature and very well balanced. On the international platform, when you look at the European Union is one of the founding members when it comes to legislative infrastructure in terms of artificial intelligence. The European Union has demonstrated progressive development in legislative infrastructure. There's the European Union Artificial Intelligence Act. This was the world's first comprehensive regulation on artificial intelligence. They took an approach that was risk-based. So the EU categorizes risk, and it has come up with mitigation based on risk. From the apex to the base, they come up with high priority risk, low priority risk. They come up with urgent in terms of urgency and in terms of priority. And this has helped them to handle these risks on a rolling basis, depending on in the order of priority and whether or not it's low risk or high risk. And I think that we can borrow a lot, especially countries that are just beginning to embrace AI. If we look at what these countries that have developed infrastructure, legal infrastructure, what they've done so far, I think we can borrow a lot and have a smooth ride. So I also looked at Africa. Africa, we have embraced artificial intelligence, though slow but sure. Mauritius was the first country in Africa to publish a national AI strategy. And then in 2021, Egypt launched its national AI strategy to deepen the use of AI technologies and to transform the economy. Kenya, on the other hand, has an AI task force that is creating guidance on how AI technologies can be used to further the country's development. Tunisia has created an AI-focused industry association. In Botswana, the government is encouraging organizations to set up research labs in the country and to gather as much AI talent as possible. Then in 2021, Rwanda established a technology center of excellence, mainly focused on digitalization and AI, and is also working towards an AI strategy center. So based on this, it is very clear that Africa is slowly but surely doing it. We are embracing artificial intelligence. However, there is no legal infrastructure in place in Africa, none that I'm aware of currently, that provides infrastructure, that provides proper structure in terms of legislation on how to go about artificial intelligence. And I believe this creates a loophole, it creates a lacuna. And if Africa doesn't borrow right now from what other developed continents are doing, it will have a hard time, I believe, because we're at the cradle stage. So this is the best time for experts in the African continent to come together and make sure that the foundation of artificial intelligence and tech innovation is solid from the ground. So that said, we come to a conclusion that yes, we are embracing artificial intelligence. Yes, we are loving the innovation. It is bringing out the best out of the global economy, out of the academic infrastructure and everything. But we need to handle these ethical issues. We need to create proper structure, proper infrastructure on all, all scopes, all the scopes that are involved in artificial intelligence to ensure that we have a solid structure of development. And with that said, I think I will invite participation. I'd like to invoke a conversation about what we have just spoken about so that it's involving and it's not just one-sided.
Yeah, speaking of that, and thank you so much for the well-researched presentation here. For those joining us, thank you once more for joining us. And Sharola has made a really deep dive into artificial intelligence from a global perspective and also a more continental perspective. She, in her presentation, has highlighted the importance of ethics and also yeah, regulation in the adoption of artificial intelligence in our continent and broader. I saw that we had a question on LinkedIn, so I think I'll ask. Yes. The same has been featured here on our screen. So insightful conversations. I'm a machine learning engineer. I would like to know from experts how we can make sure that ethical standards regarding AI and bias issues are adhered to, particularly in Africa. So I'll rephrase that again. Insightful conversations. I'm a machine learning engineer. I would like to know from the experts how we can make sure that ethical standards regarding artificial intelligence and bias issues are adhered to, particularly in Africa. This is coming from Fardosa Ali Adam. She's a machine learning engineer. I think she's my connection on LinkedIn. So thank you, Fardosa, for tuning in. And yeah, Sharola, if you could have a shot at that, perhaps how could we best answer Fardosa's questions and ensure AI bias is mitigated in our continent?
Okay, thank you so much, Fadosa. And I agree with you. Bias is the main, I think, is the major issue that we have in Africa. I'm not sure about Africa, but I would, because we are yet to come up with legislative infrastructure, but this is just a general suggestion of mitigation, both globally and in Africa. I feel like we mentioned it in the conversation that if we came up with diverse data sets that incorporate thorough research, let's say these data scientists that are handling AI systems, while they are ensuring that they are creating an algorithm and a system, they need to do a thoroughly researched job. They need to delve deeply into actual, grassroots level. If you want to create data, let's say based on Africa, Nairobi, Kenya, do actual research at grassroots level to ensure that the data set that you are creating at that level for that particular AI system is true and alive to the realities that are actually there in Nairobi, Kenya, in Africa. So promote very thorough research to ensure that the data sets are well diverse and accurate in nature. I believe this will partially, if not completely, handle the nature of bias, depending on, the bias that we are talking about at the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharola. That's, I think, well put. So just to introduce our new guests and new panelists to this discussion, we have John Wafula. John Wafula is the head of commercial and data scientist at ACE Africa. A stands for Artificial Center of Excellence Africa, Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence Africa. So it's in short, I think we call it AICE or ACE. In short, so John Wafula is experienced data scientist and also knows a lot when it comes to commercialization in Africa of AI solutions. So he's going to join us for this discussion to just get us to know the corporate side of things, and also just to know how the corporate side of things, the enterprises are handling this artificial intelligence, because like at the end of the day, they are like, we have people or the customer side of things, but then it is the corporates who are going to implement most of the solutions. So if corporates don't take in ethics into consideration when implementing solutions, we may lose it all. With us also is another legal mind. Let me just pull up his CV, because I know is one that we need to really read well. Yes. So with us is, just a minute. Just give me a minute on that, so that I can just pull up his CV. And as I pull that up, for those joining us from YouTube, those joining us from Twitter, and those joining us from LinkedIn, welcome again to the Africa AI Summit for 2023 edition. And we have already had conversations regarding global trends in AI, and also we've also talked about the general state of AI in Africa, the development, and also the research bit of it. So those joining us, welcome. If you have any questions regarding the previous sessions with the different speakers, feel free to also have the same on our chat, and we'll be more than willing to post it to our speakers from LinkedIn or from whichever platform you are joining us from. So as I was saying, we have Hamid Zekri, I believe that's it. Is a lawyer and a legal researcher, corporate researcher, political and economic researcher in Africa and Middle East. Zekri is from Egypt, so that gives us like another view from another side of the continent, because we have had people from South Africa, we have also had people from Kenya, and now we are having someone from Egypt, who is like the northern side of Africa, to just also get to tell us how the AI situation and the uptake is in Egypt, and also to just also tell us how research in general is in Middle East, because I know there is a lot of AI funding coming from Middle East and a lot of AI projects coming from Middle East. So I know Hamid will be in a good enough position to take us through that and also just get us to know. So that's from my side of introduction. So I'll give Wafula to introduce himself, and then Mr. Hamid can also go ahead and also introduce himself to the audience.
Thank you, Warren. Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so thank you, Warren. So my name is John Wafula. I am a senior data scientist and also the commercial lead at ACE Africa. ACE Africa is an AI accelerating center. I'm really glad to be part of the panelists, and I think AI ethics in AI is a vital concern from all stakeholders within the players, from data privacy experts, from the practitioners, and even from the consumers themselves. So my background is in statistics and computer science, masters in biostatistics. Most have been in I have been I've mostly been working previously. I've mostly been working around business restructuring services with PwC and KPMG. So it was mostly around solving business problem from a financial aspect point of view, looking at risk and quality mitigation, looking at task biasness and task basics. So that is when I decided to sort of incorporate statistical and scientific methodologies in solving the same problem. So I've been around business consulting for quite some time, and I'm really glad to be here to share my point of view. So thank you, Warren, thank you, Cornelius, for inviting me here.
Thank you for that introduction. Mr. Ahmed.
Ahmed, could you confirm if you can hear us kindly by unmuting your microphone? Ahmed, are you with us? Are you following along? Well, perhaps Adams, could you follow along with Mr. Zekri? Perhaps with the instructions on how to use the streaming platform so that he could follow along more easily. And just as Warren has outlined, the presence of different nationalities. I know it's mostly Kenyan right now, but we have featured already 5 different nationalities during this conversation from when it started up to until now, and it's really encouraging to see the Pan-African spirit also being translated into artificial intelligence, and also the fact that Africans are willing to partake in research and development of artificial intelligence. Uh, so Sharola. Okay, so we have a question from YouTube, but before we get to that, Sharola has had a deep dive into ethics in AI, pinpointing also international policies and also local policies. More recently, I saw some posts being circulated around on the top statuses and also on Twitter about some of the new policies that the government is trying to enact in artificial intelligence. I think one of the policies was around the regulation of AI. One of the policies were one of the policies was around regulation of artificial intelligence, AI, and also robotics. So my question for this panel would be: what's the role of regulation in advancement of artificial intelligence, and does regulation play a huge role in hindering the development of AI or any other field more than it's supposed also to like promote the regulated development? So let me phrase this more clearly: does regulation stifle the progress in innovation or in artificial intelligence in this case? And what is its role in the development of artificial intelligence? So I'd like John Wafula, perhaps if you could go on this before Sharola could add her own point of view on this.
So I'll speak from a practitioner's perspective, and I also think it's essential to understand also the basics when it comes to regulation in AI policy. I think there was a buzz last week when President Biden gave an executive order on um, data consumption, mostly by corporates, and I would term them as a first party or first party consumers. And then there was a lot of there was a lot of conversations. There was a lot of backlash from tech groups, from blue chip companies on this sort of regulation, because now that sort of spark in a conversation about the effect of such regulations. And you see, the thing about executive orders, these are DEFCON 5, I would say DEFCON 5 actions. And when you see a president giving an executive order, particularly concerning an emerging technology, there has to be it's something of concern. And then also highlight on what happened in Kenya during when WorldCoin was sort of rolling out these iris digital footprints for consumers. We saw uh, uh, there had to be an ex officio I would say, ex officio committee, or an ex officio committee that was set by Parliament, by the government, to sort of try to understand how what is the effect of what exactly was going on, because Kenya, we do not have let's say a standard framework that guides the consumption of data by corporates. So we had, I think, Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, the Ministry of Interior. There was an there was a committee, or there was a task force that was set to assess the effect of such policy, and we saw what they did. They sort of stopped the process to enable further investigation. So I think regulation is first, it's good, because now with any disruptive technology, there has to come with any pro, there has to come with con. So we always have to do a cost benefit analysis and also identify where the cons are, because let's say something like deepfakes. We've seen deepfake videos of President Biden, deepfake videos of President Obama, and we can't. There's no any framework to sort of guide, or to sort of to sort of address such issues in terms of who owns what, in terms of IP, if it's IP, if it's any any issue, or any issue regarding, I'd say, a possession. So if that sort of uh, that sort of property is owned by a person, then you are liable to be sued if it's used the wrong way. So that is one thing, because we need to now we need to regulate how such innovations are used. And then the other thing is, such regulations um, um, should not hinder innovation. The regulations themselves should not hinder innovations, in a way that AI feeds solely relies on data. AI, for any AI system to work, it solely relies on data. So when we have regulations that sort of prohibit, or sort of make the accessibility of data to AI systems, that hinders innovation, because we need data to innovate, we need data to adopt, we need data to build these ecosystems of intelligence that will sort of comprehend any other technologies or any other functions beyond or that govern our scope. So regulations should be there, but it should not also hinder. So from my own perspective, the framework to sort of govern innovation should start from data consumption, data privacy, data regulation. That is where it should start, and then it should cut across the ecosystem. We should have opinions from first the consumers. We should have opinions from practitioners, which is us. We should have opinions from the owners themselves, the guys who we are consuming data from. So from my own perspective, that is, regulation is it's a big issue. It's an issue of concern. It's something that should be sort of, first, it should be structured. We should have a strong framework around regulations, uh, um, or in all the parameters that surround AI. AI is not just one subject. It's more of a convergence of domain. It's very multidisciplinary. It cuts across various ecosystem, various industries. So developing a strong framework that will solely, or will entirely, or fundamentally capture all the concerns that surround AI innovation or AI use. It's something that should be done, or should be developed by different groups. It should be developed by a working group, or different groups from various industries. It should be it should be a conglomeration of many opinions. So when we are setting up such systems, it will sit on an edge, or it should sit on a nexus between fairness, unbiasedness, trustworthiness, but it should also support innovation. It should also support adoption. It should also support sustainability of these AI innovations. Yeah, so that's just my opinion on it.
Thank you. Sharola, do you have any contribution on that before I can ask the next one?
Sorry, strongly agree with what John has just said. For example, you see, the example of WorldCoin. When WorldCoin came, there were ethical red flags all over. There was no transparency. We as consumers, we did not know the source. We did not know where the data was being taken to. There was no sensitization around artificial intelligence. It makes it very hard to embrace it. And this creates the need for proper legal framework to handle it. When we look at Canada, like the example that we give, Canada has really embraced artificial intelligence, but it is so well balanced such that it goes hand in hand with the legal framework that they're creating. If we look at other areas, like he mentioned, AI is multifaceted. We need to come up with experts, even as we are creating the legal framework. It should be espoused in such a way that the legal experts are working together with technical experts to make sure that the regulation is key. Without regulation, we cannot have any system working, be it AI, be it any other type of technical system. None of these can work without a proper regulatory framework. So these growth and development should just go hand in hand with all, this innovation and all these things. Experts, technical experts, together with legal experts, come together to ensure that the growth is very inclusive in nature. Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. So my next one will just be a simple one. There's this, we call them terms and conditions. I don't know how many of us get time to even read the terms and conditions before clicking continue on most of these websites that we visit. Like I know most of the websites do have those terms and conditions. Even if you are to just create a new Gmail account, there is usually a terms and conditions attached to that. And it even comes to most of the contracts that if you're signing an employment contract, you're signing a lease contract, or most of the contracts, most people don't actually read them. They just look at the money, or they just look at the most important bit of it, and then the rest they just shut. They just say, okay, continue. I agree. Like, we are very impatient to read. We just want to consume whatever service or good is being provided before we can, so that we just continue the rest of our lives. And I think this one also comes in when it comes to ethics, right? Let's say these organizations implementing artificial intelligence. I know, like, ChatGPT also has a privacy policy, but I wouldn't say I know what it contains, right? So do we trust the consumers to take care of their own ethics, or is it the sole mandate of the organizations implementing these solutions to take care of the ethics? Should we like let the consumers take care of the ethics bit of things, or should we just make it like the sole mandate of organizations to make sure that ethics is implemented while developing AI solutions? And as our panelists contribute on that, I'm just going to ask the audience, how many times have you read the terms and conditions across the different websites that you visit? So it's an open question. You can just share your experience on the chat if you have, and if you haven't, you can just type no. Okay, so who would want to go first?
Yeah, so Warren, you see, what people do not understand is that when it comes to these terms and conditions, without proper legislative framework, without proper laws and regulations, the kind of relationship that you create on this website and e-commerce sites is contractual in nature. You're basically getting into a contract with these sites, with this, these systems. You're getting into a contract. And as an advocate, as a lawyer, when I'm representing a client in a contract kind of platform, I will ensure that my client's interests are best protected in this contract. So when you are clicking continue, clicking of continue means that you consent to being part of this contract. So you're in a contractual relationship. And that's why there is need for regulation. It means you accept all those terms and conditions. Should you want to complain later about something that has happened, you are going to be told you consented to the terms and conditions by clicking I accept, or by clicking continue, or by clicking I have read and understood. It creates and they protect themselves from liability. If you read those terms and conditions properly, it normally exonerates these systems and the back end from any liability. So if you go after them, you signed the contract virtually that binds you and that makes you accept anything that will come along after. Some of these people even sell off their intellectual property through these buttons that they click. Sometimes the data that you input, they have written in the terms and conditions that the company retains the right to retain this data and to use it on any other platform. And you do not know that you have just sold off your data or given off your data just like that for them to use it on any other platform that they would wish. So before we click these buttons and just consent, let us try and read through these terms and conditions. And at this point, when there is no regulatory framework or there's no proper structure in terms of laws, you cannot hold them accountable because the relationship is purely contractual in nature. So until there is proper regulation on even these systems on the back end, on these AI platforms, until we have proper regulation, when you consent, you are binding yourself to a contractual relationship. And people need to realize that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree. And also, just speaking from a consumer's perspective, like most of these things are so many, and you can like not have enough time to just join, right? So how do we make sure that it is easier for most of these people to just get whatever like is on that contract? Because the contract is like 3 pages, and I just want to get, let's say for the example of WorldCoin, I just want to get the 7500 and move on with my life. So how do we make it
There's a
easy
bit of
for
echo
people?
from your end.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can barely hear. There's a bit of echo from your end.
Sorry about that. I think. Can you hear me now? Good. So I was saying most of these contracts are like so many pages, and people may not have that time, right? So how can, from a legal point of view, we make it easier for people to understand what they are getting to before signing this? Two, I know there is we have, if there is like is there any agency currently within Africa or locally that can advocate for consumer rights, digital rights, and which steps are these agencies taken to make sure that like data is protected, or just consumers are protected when it comes to some of these digital solutions?
Well, unfortunately, when you agree terms and conditions, when you agree to most of them, unfortunately, in most cases, it is just very important for you to read through those terms and conditions and understand them before you click I accept. That's why they put them there. Because now, if you take legal action against such e-commerce platforms, then they will say that they have the terms and conditions there. And when you consent to it, it means you knew what you were getting yourself into, unfortunately. That is why there is proper need for regulation. Because if there is no regulation, then they can pretty much get away with anything. And when we talk about e-commerce, there's definitely legislation for consumer rights. For example, in Kenya, and I believe in most jurisdictions, consumer rights are multi-jurisdictional in nature. There are also laws, even in our constitution in Kenya here, that protect consumers. However, they are not rolling as quickly as the technology is rolling. The laws that we have currently did not include this new advent of artificial intelligence. It did not foresee. So the technological advancement is developing more rapidly than the laws. That's why currently in Africa, we are embracing AI, but there is no legislative structure. So we need experts to roll equally fast to ensure that there are laws that are regulating these platforms and these systems. So the only solution to this is having laws developed to govern what is going on and having these laws developed as fast as the technological advancement that is currently ongoing.
I think that's well put, Sharola. I think it's really important for everyone to embrace uh, ethics in the implementation of artificial intelligence broadly. I think in our previous discussions, you can find them. You can find those on our LinkedIn's. We had a deep dive into this topic, and we discussed the various ethical concerns around the implementation of artificial intelligence. And just as you mentioned, I want to get a bit more technical for the more technical audience in our midst here. And this question, I'm guessing, would be better suited for John Wafula with his background in data science. So, Wafula, the question is about transparency, about AI transparency. We have seen open source versus closed source models. And for those who do not follow along with open source versus open source basically means that, hey, you have this AI system or AI model, you have this AI model, and everyone can see source code, everyone can review the source code, and everyone can contribute towards the advancement of new features, etc. Closed source means that Intelliverse on its own has an in-house AI system or an in-house AI model that we use to achieve a particular purpose. So this could be a closed source AI model could be, for example, the recommendation system by TikTok, what most of you would refer to as the TikTok algorithm, right? So it's usually a debate over what Facebook has done, how they recommend their systems, and everyone usually tries to understand how that is done for their content to be boosted. But in the real sense, most of us wouldn't because it's proprietary to them and they wouldn't disclose such information because it's in-house to them. So transparency is such a critical issue, John, in the implementation of artificial intelligence. Do you think that AI development should be purely open sourced? More recently, we have seen Meta funding projects around open source artificial intelligence. Actually, yesterday. So, do you think that AI development or the development of AI systems should be purely open source, just to ensure complete transparency?
Thank you, Cornelius. I think to address that questions, we have to again root to the basics on AI development. I want to explain a concept in AI which I'm sure you're familiar with. We call it black boxes. Black boxes are mostly AI models or AI systems that are built but then cannot be explained. So the aspect of explainability when it comes to model, it's one of the issues that are mostly raised. So there was this case in the UK, I think, where it was around COVID. There's a school in the UK that since when COVID was around, students were not able to sort of sit for the exams or sit for the last exams. So it was supposed to be the indicator if they will move to the next grade or not. So the school decided to consult machine learning experts who sort of predicted their results based on previous scores. And actually, um, in terms of explainability, they could not correctly assess what was the underpinning factors to why or to the result or to what are the factors or the parameters that resulted to the results, because they used first neural networks. We understand how neural networks works. We also understand how complex these mathematical functions that underpin these formulas can sometimes get complex, especially when we have several iterations over a particular data set or something. Again, I also want to explain one other very interesting machine learning concept called transfer learning, whereby we use models that are already pre-trained. I'm sure if you studied development of ChatGPT, you will understand it's mostly made of pre-trained models, and it's before you reinforce the learning, it's mostly made of pre-trained models. And more often than not, if you're writing models, of you're developing models in modern contexts, you'll find yourself you you're more gravitated towards pre-trained models, because now they're pre-trained on large images. Maybe you do not have that compute power because infrastructure is a problem. Um, Infrastructure is a problem, and also maybe accessibility to maybe particular systems are a problem. So, from my own opinion, I would say um, anything, all the components with AI need to be as open source as possible, not just in terms of ensuring the sustainability development in the ecosystem, but also in terms of fairness, in terms of talking on issues of biasness, talking in terms of issues of biasness, and also making sure that everyone is within the loop, also in terms of development of these systems. So, from my own opinion, open source is the way to go. We've seen most of the languages, most of the languages being written, most of these models. Development has been fast, it has been abundant. We've seen the progress, the trajectory around development of open source models. They are way faster than we have these models that are mostly maybe consumed by, or mostly kept by big organizations for maybe their use for private use or for commercial use. So I'd say open source models are the best. For my own perspective, I think using open source models, or using these pre-trained models, really come a long way than trying to train a model from scratch. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Wafula. And I think mine, because we are nearing the close of this session, I'm going to just ask one more question. I'm not going to ask another technical one, but this one is more to just get to understand. Let's say from someone who doesn't know AI, someone who has never interacted with AI, they've just known ChatGPT and that's all, right? So if they were to, like, let's say I wanted my data used to train a model, at what point can I withdraw such? Or like I gave consent that I wanted my data used to train some model, and then along the way I feel maybe no, I don't want this anymore. Is there room for me to withdraw such a right from a legal point, Sharola?
I'm sorry, pardon?
I'm just saying, like, let's say I'm just a normal consumer, and then this company approached me, or I gave consent for them to use my data to train some model, and then along the way, I maybe in light of new information, I feel I no longer want that my data being used for that. Is there room for me to withdraw, or which process will I need to take to go with that?
Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, the relationship that you have with this particular company is contractual in nature. And as that goes, there is something known as the termination of a contract or withdrawal of consent. It is possible to withdraw consent or to basically terminate that. There's two approaches. You can formally indicate to them that you want to withdraw consent from your data being utilized henceforth. And this would basically result in the termination of this implied contract between you and this party. So legally, they will be bound to terminate this contract moving forward.
Okay.
This
And
is
also,
this is basically prior to development of further regulation.
okay. And I know there may be some organizations amongst us who are watching, and they will want to obviously implement AI in some of their tech solutions. Like, what will be the advice? What should they consider? Which steps should they follow? And should they need the legal advice on what they should consider, and which steps to follow? Even like hiring a lawyer, getting in do you need an in-house legal team? Do you need to outsource and things like that?
Yes, most definitely. Any entity would require legal representation, in-house or subcontracted, whichever way they choose to refer to it or they choose to include the legal expertise. But institutions need to have policies. Policies should not be purely on a national basis. And when there are institutional policies that are created, and then they are widespread enough, then there should be proper need for legislation on a jurisdictional level, on nationwide basis. It is up to these entities, these technological entities, to come up with policies that can even be moved to the legislative step. It requires technical expertise to merge together with legal expertise for us to even have a national legal system, for the policies to be developed on a national basis and for them to be forwarded as bills in parliament and to proceed to become legislation. It needs to start at the institutional level. We need to come up with, you see, the way we have contracts, we have policies at the workplace, health policies, it needs to start at that place. We need to have legal policies that will bind the operations, day-to-day ventures of these institutions. And when it starts like that, and then there are several institutions that come up with policies, they then need to institute an a common standard policy that they would all agree to abide by, which then becomes a policy that then becomes a bill and later a law in any jurisdiction. I believe that would be a very good starting point for legislation in our African countries. Yes.
Thank you so much. So I just want to highlight this one to an audience, and maybe just okay. Thank you. So I think I just wanted to highlight this to the audience, and maybe just to just talk as we wait for the questions. Like when it comes to ethics, it's not just the regulations before development, right? Because people think of like this, the companies, obviously, as you say, they are going to put in clauses which are going to protect them against any other legal obligation or just to protect themselves. But then sometimes there is also the consumer side of things, which is AI, use of the AI, the ethical side of how consumers use AI, right? And I think the first example was how we talked about using ChatGPT for your exams instead of for the students using ChatGPT for the exams, and also researchers just copy pasting without even further background check on the subject matter. But it also comes to when governments decide to use surveillance systems to monitor citizens, right? There's an ethical, I don't know how ethical that is. It may be legal to some extent, but then I don't know to what extent that is ethical. There's always talks of China, where people to say there's the Chinese government is like using surveillance system on its citizens. And like, I don't know, I've never been to China, so maybe people who have been to China may comment and tell us how that is. But then there's that bit of it, governments using AI systems to just survey on the activities of the systems of the citizens. And then also it also comes to there's using AI for the police using AI to detect crime, early crimes, or fraudulent measures. To some extent, that might be like a good use of it. But then if that ran out of hand, if these systems, which were initially intended for good use, ended up being in the wrong hands, then also when it comes to ethics, sometimes it is even subtle issues like recommender algorithms. Let's say the e-commerce systems are using a lot of recommender algorithms to determine what you buy or what you consume, be it content. Let's say Spotify uses content recommendation algorithms to make sure that you get the next best music, right? But then also there's other companies, let's say Amazon, showing you products of what Warren bought this, so you are also highly likely to buy this. The same thing on LinkedIn. If I like a post, then it is highly likely going to be recommended to my audience or people follow me. So how ethical is that? Let's say also Facebook. Okay, I think this one is even more popular. I've seen a lot of memes on Telegram shouting that Warren joined Telegram. So like, when I joined Telegram, I didn't want anybody else to know. But then Telegram is automatically shouts to my contacts that I joined, right? So that's like to the most subtle. Most people may not mind, but some people do. Do you think that violates the ethic codes? Ethic code, just these social media platforms sharing what you like with your family, your friends, and things like that?
Well, that is definitely a breach of privacy. So not only is it unethical, but it goes against the very fundamental human rights and freedoms. Because when I look for something privately, and I've looked for it on Instagram, I do not want to see it on YouTube, on Facebook, on the way it balances out the algorithm by promoting data. That is misuse. It is very unethical and morally wrong. And it's not the only issue with, you see, when it comes to AI, how will ChatGPT know that I am of the right age to generate a certain type of information? How will it be able to regulate its audience? It requires a lot of regulation. It does. Because even if the police is using artificial intelligence to prevent law, it does not nullify the fact that it is using people's data incorrectly. It is invading people's privacy, and it is morally wrong. So this is very unethical and is part of the reason why we require proper data laws. We require proper regulation when it comes to the protection of data for consumers, for example. Yeah.
Interesting. And I think now this sets us to the next phase of the conversation, because the next phase of the summit, we are going to have companies or startups within the AI ecosystem just presenting to us what they've been working on or what they have been doing within the AI space. And hopefully it will be good to see whether they have followed the ethical and the legal guidelines towards the implementation of some of these things. And then I think some of the founders will also be good enough to just share what they are doing and how they are collecting data, which data they are collecting, if they are like in that space, and just well, just get to know what the other people and other startups are doing there. So I think, do we have any questions, Marwa, from the audience, or do you have any questions for Sharola and the panel before we add next session?
Yeah, many thanks, Sharola, for sharing your insight. And I think I had more to discuss about ethics, but I'm sure we will feature, or we could feature you in subsequent discussions. And unfortunately, the timestamps are not on our favor, unfortunately. But in particular, enjoyed the conversation that we have had here and you sharing a lot of insight about the same. And I think I saw some questions on YouTube. So if I could ask Adams if you could plot the same on our screen so that Sharola could see them, or our either audience could also see, and we could try to solve them. Also, many thanks for all of you joining us, especially from YouTube, which we didn't anticipate too much traffic, honestly. And also on LinkedIn. So feel free to join in on this discussion by leaving any questions, any comments on our comment section, and our panel of experts should be able to address that. So as we wait for the questions to be okay, here is one question. Was it AI designed to assist more than work independently? So wasn't AI designed to assist more than work independently? And I think I could go on this. If you could reference to an example that's more closer home, vehicles, right? The vehicles were initially brought in or invented to help us with the burden of locomotion. So nowadays you wouldn't have to walk 600 kilometers to the pyramids of Giza like our Lord and Savior did. Sorry, to Egypt. If you're a Christian, that's supposed to be a joke. You do not have to have all that difficulty in locomotion or getting from one place to another. But more recently, we are seeing that there is no need for human input, and that we are pushing the level of innovation towards self-driving vehicles. Okay, so if going back to your question, was it AI designed to assist more than work independently? And head back to my example here and ask, weren't cars designed to like help us move from one place to another more or less drive themselves? I think all level of innovation are supposed to get us from level 0 to level 1, make our lives easier in one perspective or another. So, for example, advancements in medical healthcare have helped us increase our lifespan, right? So, where next? The human spirit of the human ingenuity never stops, and we are fortunate. That's an instinct that we have naturally. We are built naturally, or we incline naturally towards making things easier. That's what builds new monopolies, spotting niches, spotting problems that people solve, and capitalizing on them. So that's capitalism in its own essence, finding problems and also solving them. So we are transitioning from, hey, we can get from point A to point B. So what's next? How about if this car drives itself? So how about if I had a robot assistant that could help me complete all my mundane responsibilities? If I'm a social media manager, for example, what if I had a bot that could help me automate the process of posting, etc.? So in as much as artificial intelligence, yes, that's true. Artificial intelligence is built to assist us, and this can be done nowadays to a lot of extent, especially with artificial intelligence. It puts us to a larger extent out of the show, so that we could focus more on developing or on tasks that are of more meaning or of more importance to us. So, for example, if you're a social media manager, right? You could, instead of focusing on posting on social media, the same time and energy could be focused on like closing business deals. So if you're a driver, the same, or if you own a logistic company, the stress wouldn't be like, how am I supposed to drive? What more drivers should I get from point A to point B? But rather would be, how could I even expand my business? How could I bring in more people or bring in more trucks to help solve this particular problem? So that's my 2 cents on that, Warren. I think you could carry on in this discussion. I'm seeing multiple gentlemen and a lady joining us here. So Warren, if you could spearhead that.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Marwa. I know we did have 2 questions, and maybe over the course of this discussion, we'll have Sharola responds, or like she can respond to it, and then we'll share the same with the person who asked the question. So thank you so much, Sharola, for having us and also just giving us the legal side of things with AI. So I'll just give you the last, maybe you can share your closing remarks on this before we can move on to the next session.
Well, thank you guys so much. The conversation has been very insightful. I would like us to maybe try and take the lead towards spearheading embracing of AI technology in Kenya and even in Africa, and try and push to get to where the international standards are so far. And I believe that we're able to do it with the right minds. We're able to push this and to ensure that there is inclusive growth with this innovation. I appreciate you guys so much. Until next time, thank you all.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you so much. Okay, I think now we get now to these companies who are like helping develop artificial intelligence across the continent. I believe everything we do from research to development, if you don't have enough people or enough founders behind it, it may not move as fast, because I know founders, you have the numbers, we always have the numbers, and we always find a way of like spearheading any change that there is. So I think I'll just let the companies or the founders introduce themselves in this order. So we have Marlene Spector, we have Reflect AI, and then we have Luxon AI, and then we have the Girl Hype Code Academy. Then we have Connect. So we'll have us go in that order. So you're going to introduce yourself first as a founder, and then we'll have an opportunity after the round of introduction to just talk about what each of our companies are working on, and then we can have a Q&A from us and also Q&A from the audience. So Marlene Spector, you go first.
Yes, thank you, Aaron. I'm Eliud. I'm representing Marlene Spector today. I'm a co-founder there with a background in electrical and electronics engineering and a master's in AI. We started this company because we realized we do not have many people working on, say, robotics. You know, the embedded intelligence systems. You can call them robotics in embedded systems. So basically, what we do, the old school embedded systems, we embed them with intelligence, and now we have more like edge computing. Yeah. So we are creating smart devices that actually don't need cloud to perform the inference. You can just perform inference right there at the edge. So the device itself will be able to, sense the environment and maybe do something without having to rely on on a fast network or something. So majorly we are dealing with embedded intelligence systems. So that is what we do at Mali Inspector.
Cool. Thank you. I'll be more interested to get to hear that and then get to know it more. So next, we have Reflect AI.
Hey guys, thanks so much for having me today. I'm really excited to hear about everyone else's startups as well in the AI space. So I'm the co-founder of Reflect AI. Just a little bit about me as a background. I was a professional athlete. I also co-founded and exited a mental health company in the Web3 space as well. So general health and fitness is a huge passion of mine, as is obviously expanding that through the AI space. So we really created Reflect AI because we saw the gaps that people were having in their health and fitness routines, whether that be just the 24/7 support or having things like movement tracking to help with injury prevention, or just generally making, health and fitness, health and wellness practices more accessible to people who might not have access to that previously. So it really is a massive passion of mine, as is my team's. And I'm really excited to delve more into that and talk about how we're work in the AI space, especially around ethics, as you guys were talking previously.
Interesting. Nice. I'd be more than willing. I told you, you people have the best website I've ever seen. So I'd love you to talk about that one as well. So next is Luxon AI.
Hi guys, I'm pretty much excited to be here today. Thank you, Warren and Cornelius on the intelligence team. Is it intelligence or
Intelliverse?
Intelliverse for
Yes.
organizing this AI summit, despite it being virtual. At first, I'd seen it. I thought it's gonna be a physical one, and I was pretty much excited. I know that's in the lineup. So
Yeah.
I'm Fazil Kimani, co-founder Laxion AI. We are pioneering automating business systems using AI. So what Cornelius was talking about before in the previous session is basically, creating this. What we typically do, we create chatbots for e-commerce businesses. We automate systems like HR, where, when online-based companies are trying to onboard clients and staff, we help them do that. So that's one. Number two, we also help in we also help curate systems where you basically try initially when traditionally when most people are trying to build up businesses, especially startups, there's a lot of hard work that is involved when you're trying to automate systems in the beginning. So with our systems, we help these startups quickly adapt, and instead of hiring a bunch of staff, with our bots and everything that we are aligned, we can help cut that cost in by 75%. So that's what we do at Laxion, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Thank you, Fazil. So next we have Girl Hype Code Academy.
Hi, Coco. Could you unmute your microphone?
Hi.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, everyone. Pleasure to join. I am Toko Mia. I am the CEO of Girl Hype Code Academy, and we are a digital skills development program for women and girls and youth. We're primarily working with youth from previously disadvantaged backgrounds. South Africa has a very interesting history compared to our other African states, where we actually have a history of apartheid. So poverty lines, inequality lines are based on racial lines in South Africa. We have a 10% who have access to a lot of stuff, and then we've got a 90% who are predominantly Black, African, and do not have access to quality education. They don't have access to quality programs. They don't have access to digital and being connected. So part of the program, what we do is we build skilled professionals to integrate the pipeline of technology skills into the workplace, smarter systems and innovative technologies through using programs like generative AI, natural language processors, and multilingualism to be able to provide digital, including AI education, and technologies to previously disadvantaged youth, and looking specifically at the gender digital divide. So a lot of our programs delve into creating a foundational knowledge in AI and using AI to best leverage capabilities and technologies for youth, women, and girls. So just a quick one in my space, it's not just girls. When we talk about girls, we're talking about high school girls, usually between the ages of 13, 14, 15, up to 18. And when we talk about women, we usually are talking about cross-functional managers, business leaders, influential women, thought leaders in their spaces that are able to connect with the program in order to better leverage on the skills that they have to be to greater impact the field of technology. Our programs are certified and also curriculum based. So we've got multiple AI curriculums, such as understanding AI, data science, Python, Django, machine learning, and then how to build on no-code platforms using AI.
Well, I'd be more than willing to just have you guys have a deep dive into that in the next few minutes. So, David Saruni from Connect, the platform is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Warren. Hi, everyone. My name is David Saruni. I'm co-founder and CTO Connect. So Connect is just about building boundless potential. So we're just coming to bridge that gap between the industry and the skill, because we've just tried to do our research and seeing that maybe in Africa, or let's take Kenya as an example, because for us, we come from Kenya. We really have like very potential people to help us innovate, to help us take our economy to another level, but we don't have the skill. So Connect, we are coming up to bring that let's say a platform for us to gain these skills, to have an interaction with professionals, to have an interaction, direct link between even the industry and the learners now, for us to, so that at least with those kind of innovations that we have, those kind of ideations that we have in our minds, we can have a platform for us to build them, to grow them up, and even to reach to a point of commercialization. So Connect, we really focus on business entrepreneurship. So the essence is that, yeah, we have innovations, we build them, but what about how do we use them now? To how can we commercialize them? How can we make them generate revenue for us now that we are in a world that there is climate change, that there is low economy, and a lot of things that are affecting us, even drought, there is famine. But now if we have a platform that we can have ourselves to learn and grow ourselves, then that is basically what Connect has come to do. Yeah, so thank you so much. I hope we'll be able to know more about it as we go on. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. So I think we can go now to just more of in-depth of the company, when like the pitch deck kind of thing. Yeah, not pitch deck, but just now more of a in-depth of your company. So I think everyone can have like 5 to 7 minutes, and then I think you can also just be keen to touch on how you people are working on AI specifically in that space. Then how you are also. Then we'll have a discussion with the audience. They can ask you questions after the 5 minutes or after the 7 minutes. Let me just put 7, because I know like some people found us have a lot to share. So I'll just put in 7, still in that order, and then we'll also just talk a lot. After that, we're going to have a discussion on a few areas that are affecting startups within the AI ecosystem in Africa. And this one is just going to be a random quick one from each and every one of us. But for the presentation of the companies, if you can do it under 3 minutes, okay. If you need 7 minutes, still okay. So Malin Spector, we'll just go in that order. Or do you want us to go in reverse? So we'll just.
I have no problem.
Okay. Let's start with
All right,
Karuya.
awesome. Yes. You can hear me, I hope.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm audible. Awesome. Yes. So at Marlin Spector, we do some very interesting things, especially coming from electrical electronics engineering background.
Sorry to just interrupt.
So
if you have slides,
what we're doing
also
with,
feel free.
yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Engineer. If you have slides, you can also just present. Feel free. Okay.
Awesome. All
You
right.
can continue.
Present. Well, yeah, sure. Okay, all right. I'll share my screen now. Okay, awesome. I hope you can see my screen. Well, I've not used StreamYard to share before. So if you can see my screen, you can say that
Yeah,
you
we can.
my screen. Oh, awesome, awesome. So I just prepared a couple of slides for today, role of research in AI development in Africa. So who we are Mali Inspector. We are pioneering AI and IoT solutions. We are providing solutions to companies, mostly not on the like purely software side. I hear most of us are doing bots. We decided to go hardcore, build devices and embed them with intelligence and then send them out there to collect data and perform inference right there out in the field. So we've been operational since 2022 as Mali Inspector company, where mostly we've been doing research and development. And we also offer services in consultation, in strategy on how to design and implement solutions tailored to whichever industry that you're dealing with. That could be health, that could be healthcare, could be education, agriculture, environment, etc. We also offer services in research.
Yeah,
And also,
are you really on the conference?
yes?
Close at 1 o'clock. No, I'm presenting now. They just called me to say that I'm the next presenter. So I'm sitting backstage here.
Wait, just a minute. I think we are privileged to have Kavir. I hope I'm not butchering your name. Founder, CEO of Ubiquity AI with us. He's just joining us. And Garuya, sorry for the brief interruption. Kavir, it's nice having you. Garuya was just taking us through his startup presentation and what his startup is doing in artificial intelligence. So perhaps there's like a brief schedule for this, then we'd let you know your turn before you could present, Kavir. That's okay. Garuya, please carry on with this.
Yes, awesome. I was just going through the services that we offer: consultation, strategy, research, and development. And we basically, our approach, we have seven key points. We have 7 key points that we have found that research plays a very pivotal role in unlocking potential and addressing various challenges. And we split them into 7. That would be understanding local needs and context. We promote to promote innovation and entrepreneurship, to build local AI talent so that we can have local pools of experts who are able to understand and articulate the issues that we face in the African context. Because most of the AI, most of the models that we use have been developed either in the Bay Area, that is in the United States, or in London, that is where majorly AI have been developing. And now this side of Africa, using those tools, we have to tune the models so that they can work in our context. I'll go through the 7 points really fast. Understanding the local needs and context. That is, the research that we're doing will help in understanding the specific challenges that is facing the African communities, thereby enabling the development of our AI solutions that will be tailored to effectively deal with those issues. Number 2 is promoting innovation and entrepreneurships. Find that our research is fostering innovation because in our labs, we are having these people come over and we teach people to develop. We have a couple of students that we teach to develop some of these solutions away from now developing the embedded systems. And now, because we have very powerful chips, ARMs, for example, that are powering the newer, say, Arduino boards, yeah, they are capable to run models, AI models. And now we are taking advantage of that to run very lightweight models in those boards. and yeah, which provides an immense chance. There's just so much you can do with that kind of technology without needing beefy GPUs and very fast internet connections. You can start to see how this can be very helpful in our context. Another point is building local AI talent. That is, we help to develop skilled workforce in AI to help bridge right now, we can all agree that we have a skill gap. Now, that is some of the things that you're trying to bridge. And actually, I'm very happy with what Intelliverse AI is doing in providing a platform so that we can discuss all these things and actually help to develop and implement AI systems. Point number 4 is fostering collaboration and partnerships, like what we're doing here. When we have these discussions, after the discussions, we could have all these agreements to collaborate and to partner in various ways. And actually, research in AI calls for collaboration and partnerships. Point number 5 is addressing ethical and societal issues. This keeps coming up every time. I remember that was the very first thing that Dr. Jackie, the very first speaker we had in the morning, talked about. And then Professor Melton, she also talked about that. Then our lawyer, advocate Sharola, also talked about ethical implications. And research will help in identifying and addressing the ethical challenges related to AI, therefore ensuring that the development and deployment of the AI systems in Africa, they are aligned with the local cultures, which is very important, the norms and the values, and do not perpetuate the biases. I remember we talked about the biases and how we can go around systems that have biases, and we make sure that they do not exacerbate the existing inequalities. Point number 6, we have promoting sustainable development in accordance to the UN SDGs. We know that whatever technology that you're putting out there needs to be sustainable, not just here now, but something that you can do in, say, perpetuity. Yes. So by addressing critical issues such as food security, healthcare, accessibility, environmental conservation, especially some of the devices that you're building are going into environmental conservation, and thereby we seek to promote long-term socioeconomic growth and stability in our region. And point number 7, that is the last one, policy formulation and regulation. I believe this was the last session we just closed, was about policy formulation and regulations. What we are calling for is not really the chokehold of government on AI development. Rather, we're looking for like a referee in a football match. The football match will have its rules, and the referee will just be there to ensure that the rules are followed, not really to like chokehold. When people hear of regulations, they think about government struggling, the development, but that is not how we see it. As long as the government and the policymakers in government are actually going to act as a referee in the matches that we know and we love. Our product, service, and offering, yeah, we make sure we have a couple of research. We have ongoing research projects that we took up. We decided to go with 5 areas. We're having some developments in assistive technology, sign language, and gesture recognitions. We recognize that this will go a long way in making sure even our classrooms are inclusive. We do not have now to, we no longer have to separate, the kids who can hear and those who cannot hear to be put in different classes. With this technology, we are going to make sure that all students, they can be in the same class and are going to learn, because this technology is going to enable that. We have some tech we are researching on in smart farming, on systems that will detect crop ripeness and crop disease. And as you see, we need devices in the fields to actually have the photos or videos of these plants as they grow or as they ripen, so that you can we can now have these smart farms really going. We have smart classrooms. I remember Dr. Melton. She was very passionate about the smart classroom. We have a project, we have a research going on student attention and engagement. I remember exactly that point on engagement. She talked about that. We have a forest management bot. This one we've made some strides because we have a device that is out there that is being tested. And on energy, we have a number of things that we're doing on energy, like smart grid and renewable energy integration into the grid system. And go to the next slide. Yes, I know. I'll just rush through. I have like 2-3 more slides remaining, and this is one of the devices on environmental, on forest management, that is actually fully autonomous out there into the field. We have the power source of the solar. We have a sensor array that actually includes an infrared camera to detect forest fires. We have a microphone to detect logging activities. That the device can actually tell the difference between just a car passing through the forest and someone doing some logging activities, be it legal or illegal. Now that will be up to the stakeholders who are using the device to determine whether the logging activities that are going on are actually legal or illegal. We can actually detect forest fires and report, so we can mitigate that before it spreads. It's a very interesting project. So that is device, and it's actually small, and it does all the inferencing right there in the field. And the only communication it does is communicating when it has detected something. And I'll go to the next slide. Yeah, we have research ongoing on energy, on smart grid optimization. Basically, because you need one device can actually do almost of these things, because the power that is going through the device, we can take all these, the voltage, the amperage, the spikes, and all that information going through the device, and using our in-house developed algorithms that we are actually working on and testing, we can tell, we can go to all this smart grid optimization, whereby we can tell the peak demands and all that stuff. I can go on and on, as well, and I say that we founders, we are passionate about our technology, and we can go on and on about it all day. And part of 3, at the top, we have the CEO, and Matei as our product manager. So yes, that is basically what a glimpse of what you're working on
Thank you. Awesome. I love it, especially that device that you presented. Maybe during the Q&A, we'll have maybe more questions around that, and people just getting to know more on that device. Personally, I'd be more interested to see if you say it's already in the field. I'd personally want to come see what it does and everything else. So next person, yes, who was next? I haven't forgot the order. Reflect?
Yeah.
I think it's Kabir. Oh, no, is it not?
No, you came in last.
David can go first. I already mind. So I can go.
Please,
So,
if I could, that would be fantastic.
Sorry?
I think we could just stick to the original order. And yeah, Giselle, I think everyone got courtesy, at least first come, first served on that basis. But I think there'll be enough time for all of us to showcase our progress here and make this a lovely day. So Giselle, hi, how you doing?
Hi, good and you guys. I'm just gonna share my screen quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it won't be quick. I mean, it will be quick. It won't be long. Give me 1 second. I just wanna. Can everyone see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh, here. Okay, I don't know why it's not sharing. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, maybe someone else can go just while I figure this. Oh, wait, there you go. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. Yeah, so thanks so much for having me, guys. I'm really excited to chat to everyone about what we're doing at Reflect AI and also how we are working in the AI space. So a little bit about us. We are an AI-powered health and fitness app. So basically what we do is we provide workouts for our users, whether they're made from specialists in the health and fitness space, or whether they use our AI to create bespoke and personalized workouts for themselves. We also have a 24/7 AI assistant coach for the coaches and the clients on our app, so to help them with all of their health and fitness needs. We also use things like machine learning for our 3D body tracking, and this really helps our users make sure that they're moving correctly, getting everything out of their workout that they need. And it really filters in nicely to the work that we do with rehab specialists in terms of injury prevention. So when we work with rehab specialists, they use our app, they put their rehab program on for their clients. And because of all our AI tech, they're able to ensure that their clients have 24/7 access to health and support guidance, but also they're able to do things like virtual assessments or pre-appointment assessments because of our 3D body tracking. So basically what we want to look at is the current states of AI in healthcare to make sure that we are hitting all of these points. There are three main trends that we're seeing right now in digital healthcare, especially regarding AI. That is personalization, preventative care, and having access to things like virtual health assistants. So with personalization, we're seeing that a lot of, especially the younger generation, so specifically Gen Z, really want to have more personalized fitness routines, nutrition routines, and especially mental health routines as well. And because they're seeing that AI is really capable of analyzing these massive data sets and things like daily activity levels, physiological aspects of health and health records, we're really starting to see that we can really provide and create these personalized healthcare and wellness plans. And so that is definitely something that people want more of. Preventative care is also an interesting one. It's a trend that we're seeing a lot in the US and Canada, very much North America. And it really is changing that narrative of treating illnesses or injuries versus actually implementing daily habits that could, prevent that. So it really is changing that narrative, and having, AI predictive analytics to be able to do that is really game changing. And then obviously virtual health assistants. Anyone working in AI right now is using some kind of AI assistant. But especially in the digital healthcare space, this is really transforming the relationships between the users. And not only that, it's really allowing people to have access to health and fitness and wellness support when they didn't have access to that before, especially coming from a place like South Africa, where a vast majority of people don't have access to that kind of care. Being able to provide that is really game-changing for us, at least. Obviously, when we're navigating this new space, there are obviously going to be challenges that arise. And the reason why we're all here is because we're finding opportunities and solutions to those challenges. So these are some of the challenges that we faced as Reflect. Obviously, data privacy is not a new one, but specifically with AI, having it be so expansive and having AI rely so much on large data sets to learn and grow and really evolve and adapt. This then brings the challenge of making sure that people's clients' data is private and is not being misused in any way, especially in the healthcare sector. There's a lot of sensitive health information that's going back and forth. So to make sure that that is all private and used correctly is definitely a challenge for startups in the space. Obviously, making sure that you are within the regulations for each landscape. There's so many different types of regulations per area. And so making sure that you are compliant with those regulations while keeping pace with the way that AI is so rapidly developing and moving forward is definitely a challenge as well. And a challenge that I would say is one of our biggest challenges is definitely around the ethics. So really making sure that the AI that we provide isn't replacing human specialists, but it's more allowing that advice and guidance to the people 24/7. So the way that we have really worked on those challenges is just making sure that we collect data only when the user gives us consent to. So for instance, with our AI coach, we can train it to sound like a coach. And the only way we can do that is making sure that they give us the information that they are happy with, and we are very transparent in terms of telling them how we're using that and making sure that all the data that we have is purely for their health and fitness benefits. Obviously, making sure we work close with legal counsel to make sure that we are operating within the legal standards, which just gives everyone peace of mind and is just the right thing to do. And like I said, ethics was probably our biggest challenge. And the way that we really dealt with that was making sure that we onboarded, rehab specialists as well as their ethics team so that they can constantly review the practice, especially around our AI assistant coach. So really what they do is they come and look at what questions we should block our coach from answering, what questions our coach can be answering for their users, and making sure that our coach really diverts and sends our users to seek healthcare professional guidance if the questions that they're asking is beyond the scope of what our AI should be answering. Like Nelson Mandela said, it really does fall upon a generation to be great, and the tech that we are all working with now is amazing, and it really is up to us to build that foundation properly so that the future generations can really benefit from that. And the best way that we can do that is through collaboration. So through things like sharing our data, sharing our research, making sure we're improving the algorithms, making sure that we're all contributing to the broader knowledge base of AI. Also things like tech integration, so integrating different platforms. So for instance, integrating the AI tech from Reflect into something like an Apple Health Kit to give users the best possible experience, and then just sharing resources and expertise as well. So what does the future look like for digital healthcare in the AI space? So what we can expect to see is a growth in the need for preventative health. This is again changing the narrative of implementing daily habits to prevent health challenges, and that's really showing that there is going to be a massive spike in longevity as well if this is the way that we go. Personalization, like I said, especially with the younger generation, they see that the tech is out there, that it's able to do that, and they want that. And it's really great because then each person can have their specific needs catered to. We see this a lot as well in some of the people that we work with, disability people, people in lower economic situations. Being able to provide that for them is amazing. And that goes into accessibility as well, having healthcare accessible to wider populations. This is something that Reflect is also rolling out in South Africa, and being in a space where there's so much potential for that and there's so much good to be done with that is really exciting, and we're excited to be at the forefront of that. And then obviously mental health care, that really falls in line with everything that encompasses digital health and wellness. How can we prepare for this? So we can work on educating and training specialists in their fields, whether that's doctors, psychologists, tech specialists, just really showing them how they can use AI to better promote and use their services. Talk to them about the capabilities of AI, the limitations, and how to use it properly. Obviously, staying within ethical guidelines, that's a necessity, and that's going to be an interesting one to kind of grow with as well. Collaboration, whether that's collaborating with other AI startups, collaborating with specialists in certain fields that aren't necessarily in tech, or even with policymakers to make sure that everyone rolls out AI in the best way possible. And then really just encouraging a culture of innovation. This is something that we definitely see working with people in the US and London, like you guys mentioned. That is a big hub for AI, but it's really encouraging people to be willing to adapt new technologies while still staying cemented in the changing landscape of digital health and wellness. I think that is a very, very important one. So thank you so much for listening. If you want to get in touch with us in terms of collaborations, learning more about what we do, or just having a good chat about AI, this is where you can find us.
Awesome. So that was good. That was good. So we'll have our follow-up questions on that. And Fazil, I believe you're next.
Yeah, 100%. Let me share my screen. So for me, I don't have a deck. I'm gonna be very practical with you guys. I'm gonna give you some, you guys and the audience, some of the things that we we do behind the scenes, so that some of you can get out of this meeting with something tangible that you can use in your businesses and also in your personal endeavors. So I'm going to share my screen. Share the entire screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes. Not yet. Not yet.
Can you guys see my screen?
I can't see it on my end unless anyone else
can. You guys
can.
see my screen?
No.
No.
Not yet.
Senior is sharing your screen. You guys can see my screen?
No. You can.
Let me stop
You
sharing.
can stop and then start sharing again. Though there is usually a lag, maybe a network
Let me
lag,
do it
but then
again.
it should be.
Okay. How about now?
Give it a minute or so. Some few seconds.
All right. We should be getting started. I'm gonna be taking you through the. Are we there yet? Can you guys see my screen?
Not yet. Just could be a technical issue, maybe. A minute. No, also I was just following up with the technical guys to see if there's any technical issue with you sharing your screen. Yeah, there it is. Yeah,
You can see my screen?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So I'm gonna be taking you through, guys, this platform called Orimon.ai. It's a new tool that you can easily create a chatbot for your website without having to hire any expert. You don't have to spend a lot. The only thing you'll have to do probably is subscribe to the software. But this is gonna be a very, very easy approach for you guys to be able to create your first chatbot for your website, for your e-commerce site, or even for your WhatsApp, for your Telegram, for your community. I'm going to be taking you through it's a very simple 3-step process. This is one of the services that we provide, but this is a very, very basic one. I'm also gonna be taking you through a slightly complicated one for those who want more customized solution using voice flow, like this one, this chatbot we created for an e-commerce site, right? So we're gonna start. You can choose your data source. You can either use your GitHub, sitemap, website, or PDF, or just a bunch of text, FAQs, or your product catalog. In this case, I'm gonna use our website, which is Laxion AI. I don't know why it's not loading. I think it's technical issues, but let me just do that so that it can be fetching the pages. So if you don't have a chatbot for your website, this will be a very easy, fast way for you to integrate a nice chatbot for your website. And not only is it just a normal chatbot, but it will be powered by your content. So if you have a PDF that has all your data, you can just place it there, or you can just scrape the data from your website like it is doing right now. It's trying to figure out all the pages on the website. And then once that data is put in, so everything that will be on the chatbot will be based on the website. And you can see it has fetched a couple of pages. I'm just gonna delete the irrelevant ones and leave the relevant ones right there. Select all, And then next, bot name, you can just say Fazil AI Assistant. Assistant Laxion AI. Then boom. Just create it, and within a couple of seconds, guys, your chatbot will be ready, and you're gonna test it in a bunch of seconds. So just like that, our website, our bot is ready, and we can actually try it right now, get to see if it's gonna give us the relevant answers. At this point is where you can edit it, you can decide to change the source. Instead of having the website, put a PDF, something like that. So you can say, you can just use these prompts here, like explain your product to a 5-year-old. So it's gonna scrape all that data from my website, give me everything right there, and you can see it actually even prompts you to give an email if you want us to reach out to you, right? So right? Our product is like a smarter helper that can understand and solve problems for businesses. It uses advanced technology called artificial intelligence to make things easier. So what it does, it not only uses my website data, but it also incorporates a GPT-4 to help answer your questions, these questions. So it's a super hybrid of your content and the ChatGPT-4 LLM, right? Another question, why should I use your company services? So basically it's gonna fetch that data and give me an answer on that regard. So if you're done, everything is ready, you've tested your bot is well and good, right? I just click on this live view and then add on live chats and click this deploy button, which you can just integrate your website easily, right? Just gonna copy paste this HTML code to your website, and boom, just like that, guys, you have your bot ready to go. This is a very, very simple chatbot that any website should have, right? But not only is it a normal chatbot, but it's able to act as your assistant whether or not there. Remember, your website is the only sales platform that works 24 hours. Anyone can tune it, will always be there. Anyone can tune in anytime. So it has to be really nice. And when you incorporate chatbots to your website, it increases your efficiency and conversion rate by 20-30%, right? Just by having that assistant there. Because most chatbots have FAQs only. They don't really get to, help the client per se from the chatbot. So that's a pretty basic chatbot that you can deploy. Anyone can do that without coding knowledge, without any prior knowledge to AI, right? You can incorporate that right there. So if you want now to go deeper, you want a customized version, that's where we now use more non-code tools like VoiceFlow to do that. So for like in this case, let me just a quick example right here to a couple of bots that we have done. So these are lead generation bot for a real estate company. So it's as you can see on the screen, it looks pretty much like a bunch of data sets that are hard to fathom, but it's pretty much easy on our side. But this is the back end side of things. So what you're gonna see on the front end is something like this now, the chatbot itself. So this is where if you have a real estate company, for instance, like in this case, right, it takes you through a series of questions to help understand exactly what you want. And then what this does is it helps qualify leads and put them in organized spreadsheet where now you don't have to always keep on asking these same questions to your clients. So what that does, we realize that like in this case, our client had like 4 customer services, right? Customer support staff. So it helped reduce that in by two staff, right? So they save on the staff cost and they actually increase the rate at which they get leads, because Once you engage with this chatbot, it gives you all the data from the clients, and it's very easily organized in a spreadsheet, and all that work was being done manually. So if you integrate such a thing, it becomes very easy for businesses to operate 24/7 without downtime. Okay, so what's your full name? Let's just quickly go through it. Let's see how it performs. You guys can get to see kind of things that we create. So enter your email, azilkimani@gmail.com. Yeah, 254 40 241 property address on the 4 entryway, postal code 555. How many bedrooms? We have a 4-bedroom house. All right. So which valuation type would you like to know? So this is a customized chatbot based on the customer's needs, right? So whatever your needs are, we can do that effectively, right? So we want. All right. Great. So yeah. So now on the sell button, you can see if something is not right, there'll always be this error, and these are the things now we get to solve as we go on, right? These are the things we get to solve as we move on with the bot creation system. So these are a quick example of exactly what we do behind the scenes when trying to automate things, and our goal is always to make sure that we help businesses slash their expenses to up to 70% using these automations. We do automation consulting. This is for companies that have their own internal team and they want consulting from us. We help them do that. And then we also automate processes like HR onboarding, yeah, clients onboarding for online digital products and services, such stuff, right? So if you want to reach us out, make sure you can check out our website and we can get into the details of what you guys want. And just a quick final to introduce my other co-founder. It's called Ibrahim Dick. He's brains behind the technicalities of things. And yeah, we are.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I love the boat and like the way you've been able to just demonstrate it. I believe there are businesses who are watching and may be interested in your services. They should be able to reach out. We'll also just to note we are still streaming on YouTube and Twitter as well, and also on LinkedIn. So those who are joining us, we are having startups present their solutions in the AI space, and you can always reach out to them. We are going to provide the details on how to reach out to the startups presenting here after the summit. So I believe next we are having, who was next? Toko, I believe you should be next. Okay, so as I believe the CEO for.
Hi.
Yes, she's here with us. So you are next.
Okay. I had not prepared a presentation for this. As I understood, I was going to be the keynote. So I think I read the program wrong or overlooked my name in this session.
Oh yeah. Actually, you have a keynote after this.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. But you can also just share a bit on your Girl Hype Code Academy. Just a brief before we have Spencer go in.
Yeah. So let me do that. I might double up some of the information, but bear with me. So basically, Girl Hype is a digital skills program. We are a digital skills academy, and we provide certification programs for education into technology fields, including AI, including machine learning, data science, and the coding and no code. So when it comes to the way we deliver the courses, we have clubs, community clubs, regional clubs, and we have clubs in universities, in businesses, and in schools. The reason for this is we believe that there's a close collaboration between industry and academia, and we're looking to bridge the gap in this sense between community, industry, and academia, ensuring that there is a collaborative, informed, and fostering approach for all to be able to leverage into the digital skills. As we know, there's a digital skills gap. But not only is there a digital skills gap, there is also a gap in diversity, equity, and transformation and inclusion. So where that comes on is we need to ensure that we've got diverse spaces that are representative of all different genders, all different races, castes, classes, tribes. We need to, religions, abilities. We need to ensure that our workplaces and the internet itself is inclusive to all, that it is accessible. Is it accessible to the blind? Is it accessible to the deaf? Is it accessible to every single bodied person, right? And then we've got to make sure that it's also inclusive, that everyone has an opportunity to play their part, to play their role within this fostering ecosystem. And so when we're doing that, we're creating transformation. Not only is there a technology transformation, but there needs to be a human transformation. I think one of the questions earlier was very interesting because the audience member asked, is there a need for AI to be self-automated? As we understood it, it was supposed to be an aid. And I think that is very, very much true. If we're looking at current AI models, they are very much supposed to be an aid. But as we've learned with AI and the various opportunities that become available with AI, it has become very much a human crutch. We're leaning on it to process and do the thinking that we would ordinarily do because of the rapid pace of development. Now, at Girl Hype, what we believe is that a skilled professional is one who is going to be the greatest asset. That means skilling every professional so that they'll be able to grow and integrate into one of the fastest industries, and the fastest growing field right now is artificial intelligence and data analysis. AI is growing rapidly, and it's able to help us create things in a way that we never were able to do before. It is faster, it is smarter, it is more coherent, it is inclusive in a way that, it is innovative in a way that we were not able to imagine just a few months ago. ChatGPT was released 9 months ago, and in that time, we've seen generative AI as a creation platform growing and developing faster than we have ever seen any other development. It is sustainable, and so we have got to process the way that it is able to integrate into how we do business, how we communicate, and understanding how new technologies like this can be leveraged on, how these technologies can be exploited to better help develop the foundational knowledges that we have of the world around us of business than ever before. So with that, it's also so important that we know how to leverage AI's capabilities, and that we, in our professional goals, are able to understand the growing technology landscape that is AI. But not only that, we've got ethics. We have a human element that the AI would never be able to grow. And the truth of that is that we, as business managers, as marketers, as entrepreneurs, need to understand how AI works. So Go Hype drives the foundational skills for skilled professionals seeking foundational knowledge in AI so that they can become the skilled professionals that are able to better influence the algorithms and data that comes from the AI, that goes into the AI, and that are able to analyze that data correctly.
Thank you. That's nice. I love what you people are doing is it the same Girl Hype Code Academy? Is it the same as Women Who Code?
Yes, it's called Girl Hype Woman Who Code.
Nice. I like what you people are doing, and I think you can even touch on it more in your keynote, which comes in after this, because I know there's a lot of people, a lot of ladies in the audience who are like interested to know, who want to get into tech, and then they want to also know exactly how to succeed. Because I know, to be said, even as we try to get into this gender balance thing, it is still a male-dominated world at the moment. So you can also touch on that in your keynote, and it will be really nice. So we're having just 2 more presentations. Then also for the startups, just to your interest, the next keynote is from a person in government, right? Is from Victor Golan. Victor is the head of innovation ecosystem in Nairobi County, and is also in charge of startups, and he has done a lot in the continental level when it comes to startups. And I think the next discussion that we are going to have with him, even after his keynote, is how do startups within the ecosystem navigate government regulations. And so it will also be keen to note, especially in AI, this B2G, business to government space, for our startups who are getting into government tenders and all that. I think we should also be keen to ask him to tell us how governments are supporting us in that space. So after your presentations, you'll also want to stick around to just get to engage Victor, to get to know how we can collaborate with government agencies to just fast track the development of artificial intelligence for startups. So connect, and then we are going to have Ubiquity AI. So 5 minutes connect.
All right, thank you. Let me just try and share my screen. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so thank you so much again for this opportunity even to present in this AI Summit. Again, my name is David Saruni. I'm co-founder and CTO at Connect. Yeah, so what is Connect, and maybe what is it about? So Connect is, just as I said earlier, Connect is an organization that is coming to act as a bridge for us to get the skill that we need and also connect us to the industry. So we are fostering on boundless potential, knowing that we have very potential individuals, very potential minds in our country, in our localities, even in our continent. But the main hindrance that we are getting, all of us, is that we're having different factors that are affecting us as a nation, as a continent, and making us not to make any move, any stride when it comes to acquiring skills. So Connect is that we are building an efficient learning management system, and also like an innovation ecosystem for all of us. Yeah, so that in case, let's say when we try and focus or even look at our education system, let's say in Kenya, you find that yes, I have done my degree, but I still find myself, I want to go and do more learning, more hands-on, maybe for the tech guys, because maybe what I got is not enough to help me get started, maybe with my startup, maybe with working in other organizations. So we are focusing on maybe the Form 4 leavers and also even university people or anyone else who wish like they feel like they have a skill that they need to master, and so that they can fit in even to the world market and be competent in the world market. So as Connect, we are raising, we're trying to raise like the next generation, the next generation of leaders and entrepreneurs who will help Africa upscale by solving the pressing challenges. So let me just give this little story that maybe, yes, we are in this world and maybe you are there, you have little or no education background, you are financially unstable and experiencing the difficulties that are pressing all of us. Let's say climate change, drought, famine, unpredictable economy. Maybe sometimes even we have wars within our communities, our countries. We have no skills to generate income, and of course that means you will not have a job. You don't even have a mentor to guide you through any kind of difficulty. So now Connect comes in as that, let's say that company or that friend that you need to help you, to encourage you, to connect you with those professionals, to connect you with the right people, or even to connect you with the right platform for you to build up yourself and master your skill, and maybe now join the market world or the world market, so that at least you can find yourself a job, or you can find yourself something to do, so that at least you'll be able to generate some income and maybe maintain yourself or cater for your needs and your family. So we just took some statistics that let's say in Kenya 2022 we had like 881,416 candidates, KCC candidates. We had around 173,345 who qualified for higher learning education. And let's say we have 30,000 plus approximate number of graduates every year graduating from maybe all the universities in Kenya. And so this creates really a very big number of people who are looking for jobs. And if we cannot, and maybe the market that we have is not enough to consume all of us, and maybe sometimes you don't have the right skill for you to be absorbed in a given company. So that is now where Connect comes in, so that we raise that generation of leaders and entrepreneurs who will help us upscale and solve the pressing challenges by providing those courses, for providing that platform for us to learn. So how do we get to achieve this mission? We are going to achieve it by providing like quality, accessible and affordable education on key courses on entrepreneurship, African minds. So our vast workforce is Africa's greatest advantage. Let us take advantage of it. Yeah. So how when it comes to efficiency and quality, we provide mentorship with field professionals to our learners. We also provide quality courses that are approved by professionals from their respective fields, connecting our learners with fieldwork internship to build on their skills and put their acquired skills into practice. When it comes to accessibility and affordability, we have that LMS that is available around the clock 24/7, so that at least you can do like a self-paced learning, not rushing, so that at least you take your time to master your skill, to gather all information that you need for you to develop yourself. We also we also offer an affordable payment plan that works with what the learners has maybe have as available funds or what they can really afford. So folly or ignorance is folly. So we've come in so that you can know that we are there. And so also we are focused on partnerships. So of course you cannot do something great on your own. So we are working on partnership for the benefit of our learners and looking forward to be that direct link for between our learners and the industry. That is why we are here, knowing these other startups, and so that when we build up these great minds, we know the right people to connect them with, so that they can use their skill to change the economy, to change the state of our nation and of our communities. And of course, we also offer innovation and research and entrepreneurship. So we create an environment that encourages innovation and research, so as to encourage our learners to build their ideas, to mature products, and step into the entrepreneurial world with their own innovations, solving problems and making other better place for all of us. So knowing that, yes, we can innovate. Connect really, as Connect, we really focus on entrepreneurship. Now that, yes, we have these products, we have these innovations, how can we use them to influence maybe our income, maybe to influence our nation, to influence our continent, or even the community that we come from? So we really teach about entrepreneurship, helping us to commercialize these products that we are creating. Yes,
Okay,
and
thank you.
yeah. Okay, I don't know if that time is
Okay,
done. But
we are out of time. Victor is already here. He's the next keynote speaker. We're already 12 minutes into his time. We'll give you an opportunity, maybe later Connect, to just showcase what you have in the AI space. For now, we have Victor. Just pardon us because you are also very key to this discussion. We have startups across the continent, South Africa, and Kenya, and also Egypt, and then they'll also want to know how governments are like planning to help them build the innovation. So we just have one more presentation before you can give your keynote as well. So we'll give guys from Ubiquity AI 5 minutes to present, and then we'll have like another 3 minutes for Q&A and discussion between the startups, and then Victor, you will be able to go. Sorry for the little delay. Okay, so Ubiquity AI, you're next.
Hi, everybody. Just give me 2 ticks. I'm just about to put my presentation on. 5 minutes, you say, right? Can you see my screen?
It's not your turn, but I know it's coming.
Okay.
Not yet.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. You can
Do you
stop
have my
presenting
screen?
and
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can stop presenting and then present again.
Guys, can you hear? Okay. Okay, let me just escape the presentation and see if I am. Okay. All right, guys, listen, I think time is an issue. I'm going to forget about the deck. If anyone wants to hear, if anyone wants to see the deck, I have a few things to talk about regarding AI and Africa. I want to talk a little bit about our business, and then I want to talk about the impact of AI in Africa, specifically in financial services. So Ubiquity AI was founded in 2017. Okay, what? Is somebody trying to tell me something?
Warren, can you confirm if you can hear Kavya speaking?
Not yet. I think he's having an internet issue.
So as we wait for Kavya's presentation, thank you. Those continuing to stream in now from YouTube and also Twitter. I think we would want also to acknowledge the fact that our live stream on LinkedIn has been interrupted because of LinkedIn's policies. But you can still catch up with us on Twitter and on YouTube. The links are on our page, so you could continue following up with the same discussion. And I think the key takeaway from this presentation session is how innovative startup founders all across the continent are. We are seeing a lot of innovation and also a lot of research progress that is continually being made by startup founders from all across the continent. This is just a small representation of what's out there, really. We have had a brilliant showcase from Engineer Garuya and his startup. We've also had Giselle and how they are using artificial intelligence to enhance fitness using artificial intelligence in health. So broadly, we could pinpoint a lot of use cases of artificial intelligence on our continent, and we can proudly say that there is significant progress that has been made, and this is just the beginning for all of us. I think through our initiatives here at Intelliverse and also collaboration amongst ourselves as startups, intergovernmental collaboration in setting up correct policies and also enhancing artificial intelligence, the adoption of artificial intelligence could help us steer progress even further. I'm not sure if
I think Kavya will find us along the way. So we can.
Okay, please continue, Aaron.
Yeah, we can have Victor go in because his session is already eaten into so much of his time, and he has a very busy schedule. So, Victor, you can have this opportunity to just share with the startups what government is doing to foster AI development across Africa, as well as what government can do to also enhance the startup ecosystem, especially those working in AI, with fundraising, with community, and everything else that we may need. So, Victor, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone, and good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, depending with where you are. My name is Victor Otieno. I'm the County Chief Officer at Nairobi County under Digital Economy and Startups, which is almost like an assistant minister, depending with whichever country you're coming from. So maybe just to give us a bit of context, of course, I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, and just focusing on Kenya generally in terms of the innovation ecosystem. Looking at Kenya, and this is the reason why the governor of Nairobi set up this particular subsector, which is called Digital Economy and Startups. So, of course, as the name suggests, my focus is looking at digital economy and startups generally and ways in which you can be able to support. We are looking at, in terms of indices, we see Kenya, do very well based on different global indices, whether it's the Global Innovation Index, whether it's the Global Startup Ecosystem Index, looking at venture capital funding, coming into Africa, Kenya, standing around average 17% of all VC funding that is coming into Africa. Of course, the leaning of this funding still is heavily towards fintech, which does not in any way indicate that fintech is the only technology that is there in Africa, but it's just because the infrastructure in terms of socioeconomic structure of Africa is that because banks or financial institutions have delayed for a long time in bringing financial access to small businesses, that has become a niche where a lot of startups have ventured into, and of course VC money follows where it can be able to get a good return on investment as well as good payback period. So of course we see Kenya specifically playing a major role in that, in terms of being able to attract that kind of funding. So that's number one. We see also on the other hand, global multinationals setting up shop in Kenya just to be able to take advantage of whether it's talent or regulatory environment or policy environment. So we have Amazon, we have Facebook, we have Google, MasterCard, Microsoft, Visa, etc., and all these big tech setting up shop in Kenya, again, which is an indication of the maturing or maturity of the ecosystem. We, of course, have M-Pesa as a major innovation that continues to fly the Kenyan flag. But our theory of change is there are so many M-Pesas based on different technologies that are there, and we would want to be able to support them for them to be able to scale and grow. So ultimately, my job description after we talk about AI, blockchain, or whatever type of technology is, we are looking to be able to support job creation. So so that for me is a big KPI. Currently in Kenya, we have close to 1 million young graduates who are entering into the labor market who cannot be able to secure jobs. So currently we have small businesses taking up or employing close to 80% of new jobs being created is actually being created within the micro, small, medium enterprises, where majority of them are informal. So we need to be able to look for other sectors that can be able to support job creation and just be able to give up economic opportunities to either Kenyans or even Africans. So we believe that innovation generally is a space that, if well supported, can be able to support startups and innovators to be able to grow. So we came up with a strategic plan for the next 5 years, which runs from 2023 to 2027. And of course, this strategic plan is based on the feedback that we received from the startup ecosystem in Kenya, as well as literature review that we found, of course, especially in Africa, and specifically a strategy paper called the Science and Technology Innovation Strategy for Africa under AU. So this is, even if you're talking about AI and research, that becomes a first port of call, for lack of a better words, in terms of guidance for all member states to be able to adopt or to support their respective digital economies. So under the STISA strategy, there are different components that have been advised for member states to develop in order to have a vibrant digital economy. Number one is looking at infrastructure. So it's very important that African countries are able to develop the different components of infrastructure within the countries. And of course, infrastructure comes in form of roads, electricity, internet, incubation spaces, or centers of excellence, whichever way you call them, so that we're able and not only just build the infrastructure, but enable, decentralize those infrastructure to allow more young people to be able to engage. It's one thing to have an infrastructure in terms of electricity, but it's focused on urban areas. If you don't bring internet to rural areas or to areas where, otherwise young people are not able to access, then even if you're talking about AI, then probably they're not able to play within that space. So it's very important that we're able to decentralize resources. And Nairobi County, of course, is doing exactly that in terms of being able to partner with private co-working spaces, incubation hubs, academia, just to ensure that we're able to democratize this type. Number two, under the strategy, we are looking at talent. Again, we can talk about AI, but if we don't consistently build a pipeline of talent focused on AI, blockchain, or whichever technology, then it's a pipe dream. We will continue to consume technology rather than to produce it. We can talk about ChatGPT, but the question is, where is that developed? Who gets the maximum value from the ChatGPT outside of me writing a speech using ChatGPT? Probably you can just scroll. I think I can be able to scroll it. So this is exactly what I was talking about. So exactly that. So I was talking about the STISA strategy. So the strategy basically has informed how the county government has structured its priority areas. So as I mentioned, we're looking at infrastructure, we're looking at policy environment, around AI or whichever other type of technology, looking at what they are calling entrepreneurship, which basically means collaboration. So yes, you can talk about technology, but AI, but even if we were to build infrastructure and train talent, if there is no optimal collaboration between government, academia, private sector, venture capital, etc., again, we might not be able to achieve much. So we have adopted a two-pronged approach. Number one is looking at the literature review and just looking at, of course, global best practice, as well as this particular strategy under AU, as well as feedback from the ecosystem. We were able to come up with a simple, this is of course a very simplistic way at looking at how we are supporting AI and basically innovation in Kenya, looking at ease of doing business. Again, policy environment, how do we catalyze and create a policy environment that allows AI and all the different components around AI, blockchain, and all these different types of technology to thrive. So I'm sure you all have the use case or case study of WorldCoin. Again, there is again a lot of debate around WorldCoin. So how do you support? The question is for me is how do you support these types of technology without just brushing them off completely? Of course, they have their own challenges here and there, but I think as a government, our role is to be able to see and have conversations with the ecosystem and co-create policy around different types of technology. And AI, of course, being a very hot topic, around issues around ethics, etc. We need to be very careful and just ensure that we're able to create a policy environment that is able to mitigate the risks that come with AI, but also be able to at the same time create a policy environment that allows this type or use cases around AI to be applied in different facets of the economy. So one of the areas that we're looking out for as a county government is looking at the policy environment, and of course this policy environment is underpinned on research. Say, for example, currently we have, I'm supporting the Blockchain Association of Kenya in terms of, developing a blockchain policy of sorts and the regulation that would follow. So that would mean that we need to be able to rely on research and different use cases across the globe to ensure that we are able to get a policy that is not copy and paste, but that is able to work for us as Kenya. So of course there is a role in which research plays in terms of being able to create such policies, such regulation. Looking at establishing Nairobi as African Startup Market Launchpad, again, we want to be at the forefront in terms of supporting different facets of technology to be launched from Kenya. So Kenya is a very good launchpad already in terms of Kenyans being very receptive to different types of technology. And that's why we see multinationals setting up, and of course they can be able to do the MVPs from Kenya, which then of course they can be able to apply the real products globally. We want to be able to expose our startups to global startup or innovation forums. Again, you are as good as how much you're exposed. So the more you're able to explore different jurisdictions, different environment in terms of how they have been able to apply AI in solving different challenges, or use blockchain or whatever type of technology, again, exposing startups and programmers and devs, etc., is a key area for us. We want to be able to increase our interaction with the ecosystem and the different facets of the ecosystem. Of course, you see me coming to this particular session in terms of AI, Africa AI Summit, is just to be able to have ears on the ground and get feedback, which of course we can be able to use as a government to ensure that our policy and our programs respond to the ecosystem. And we've strived a lot to ensure that we increase our interaction with different ecosystem players, whether it's incubators, whether it's VCs, financiers, whether it's startups, and different players within the ecosystem, to ensure that our programs basically resonate with the ecosystem. Funding is a major issue, as I indicated in my opening remarks. there is a skewness towards funding towards fintech. So the question is, how do we ensure that startups who are in AI, startups who are have an underpinning of blockchain, or startups in different sectors in agriculture, in education, get funding. So we need to be able to have some affirmative programs that ensure that we direct funding towards other sectors or other types of technology. And of course, lastly, is ensuring that we are able to decentralize infrastructure, which are basically incubation hubs, together with internet and all the other services that come through such a space, to ensure that we are able to spread and ensure that there is equity and democracy in terms of our young people being able to access these facilities. So it should not be because you are rich or because of whatever advantage that you have. Each and every young person in Nairobi specifically should be able to get an opportunity to enter into a space where they can be able to develop a product, develop a service based on whatever tool that is there. So this is basically a concept around incubation center. And the reason why we are sharing this is because this is the only way in which we can be able to catalyze corporate venture capital. So we have Kenya being largely driven by institutional investors. So these are, of course, your VCs that are bringing money from the global north, which is fine. But we would want to be able to catalyze local corporates, VCs, to play a bigger role in terms of supporting the ecosystem. The reason this is a win-win for them is because even for them, they would want to innovate, but maybe they don't have the resources in terms of brain power, and maybe because of corporate structure, of course, they might not be able to develop such amount. So collaborating with the startup ecosystem would allow them to give challenges to startups, and then startups can be able to use different technologies, whether it's blockchain, AI, etc., to innovate to support corporates. What that means is it becomes a test bed for corporates to be able to innovate either for their products or just to invest in startups as a way to be able to diversify their risk portfolio. So the incubation center concept is what we are currently spearheading as a county government to ensure that we are able to have these incubation centers across all 85 administrative centers that are in Kenya. So what we are calling wards. So Nairobi has 17 sub-counties and 85 wards. We want to be able to ensure that this infrastructure is decentralized to the lowest possible point, and ensure that we get a corporate to adopt a particular hub, so that we can be able to create sustainability, so that we are not just waiting for institutional investors to say we want to invest in AI or we want to invest in this, then we wait for the money to come. So if we're able to tap onto local corporates and the funding that is already there, we can be able to sustainably have a lot of investment going towards or getting practical use cases of the different technologies that are there. So it's one thing to talk about AI, is another to be able to apply that technology to solve a real issue that is your average corporate or your average Kenyan. So this is the model that we're adopting in terms of being able to get the three parties together. So the startup, of course, can be able to get funding, they can be able to get space, they can be able to get technical assistance. We can have our private incubators who are also struggling in terms of sustainability for them to be able to get a revenue stream. So in Kenya, and mostly, largely in Africa, and I think I was talking to representatives from AfriLabs in the morning, and the same challenge I posed to them is that in Kenya and in Africa, we don't have hubs that are specialized. So if we talk about AI, you find that it's almost a general term that is, everyone is talking about it, but we don't have dedicated spaces where we sit down and just explore how we can be able to really get solutions around AI and funding around the same. So again, just ensuring that hubs are able to run these spaces, and of course, it's able to give them sustainability. Corporates can be able to get the value in terms of the talent pool to innovate for their products, or just a pipeline in terms of investment. So again, and as Nairobi County as well as different governments can be able to learn based on the successes of other jurisdictions. And maybe just to point a few, just lessons from Germany in terms of AI-powered digitalization of service delivery, strong data infrastructure. So just looking at Germany, in fact, they have been able to succeed based on a robust data infrastructure. Again, we can talk about AI, but if you don't get quality data, which I think is feedback that we've received as well from startups, especially around sectors such as health. So if you want to innovate within health, you need data from health facilities, you need data from patients. How can we be able to provide that anonymized data without compromising the Data Protection Act to ensure that we're able to avail quality data that would allow you to innovate? So that's something that, as a county government, we are trying to explore how we can be able to do that, especially on sectors that we've already received feedback that they need very anonymized and clean big data that they can be able to use to, train their AI models. So that's something that we are looking out for to see how we can be able to explore that. Of course, looking at Germany, there's a strong public-private partnership where there's a lot of collaboration between government, private sector, and as well as research institutions. So again, the issue around research institution, which is basically academia, is also an area that is not explored. So there's a lot of IP that is sitting within our academic institutions, and especially around life sciences. So there is research that a business plan around opening a financial-based product, but how do you apply AI to agriculture? How do you apply AI in health? You need data and you need well-researched papers that, of course, is sitting within the academic institutions. So we've not been able to explore that. And of course, this goes towards deep tech and conversations around life sciences. So that's an area that we need to explore. Second case study is India in terms of application of AI e-governance. So again, India has been successful at that in terms of automating government processes, through using AI. So in Kenya, of course, we have challenges around digitization of land records. We still, of course, we know we can be able to apply blockchain around some of these issues. Again, we are still having teething issues. Again, for those of you who are coming from Kenya, land is a very emotive issue. So trying to digitize land, guys will come God's blessing because, of course, we're going to a lot of interest around there. But again, good lessons that we can learn from India. Digital skills training is also an area that we need to be able to focus on. Yes, to ensure that we're able to create a pipeline of talent that is able to build the different technologies that we need to apply to us. So one of the things that we're exploring as a county government is we've set out the agenda of trying to be a smart city, but without outsourcing the solutions from big tech. So we want to get local solutions from our local entrepreneurs. So we need to be able to build capacity very quickly to ensure that these solutions are built locally. So what are we doing as a county government? We've partnered with Moringa School. We partnered with Adenian Labs, again, different ecosystem players for them to be able to help build capacity, not only at the startups that are there, but start from scratch in terms of having a continuous pipeline of talent pool that can be able to deliver quality products so that they can be able to compete with the oracles of this world. They can be able to compete with the AWSs of this world. So the other lesson is around Singapore, again, data privacy and governance. And of course, Kenya has a data privacy act that is currently in place. Again, whenever we talk about AI and data, then again, the issue around data and privacy becomes a major thorn in the flesh. So again, looking at the innovation ecosystem from a Singapore perspective, Singapore has deliberately focused on AI as an area that they would want to be known for. So I think, again, as a county government, what we are trying to do also is to be able to see the possibility of developing an AI center of excellence, so that we just have a center or a program that is focused on AI and see how we can be able to partner with different institutions to see how we can be able to get localized solutions that are based on AI. So again, there are different lessons that we can be able to learn. Let me not bore you too much. But based on the different use cases as a county government, again, being market, we are very much willing to get feedback, to have conversations. I think even yesterday, for those of you who follow me on LinkedIn, we launched a draft code of conduct for startups before they're able to join, before they're able to join, say, for example, an accelerator program, whether it's an AI-based accelerator program, etc. Again, we've received tons of feedback from that particular document. And of course, that's the approach we are taking to take across the different spectrum of the innovation ecosystem. So that's basically what Nairobi is doing. Of course, again, specifically around research, is again we are partnering with different institutions to be able to bring new research that applied that we can practically apply to our different programs. We hope that ultimately Nairobi or Kenya can be an AI powerhouse, and we can have more AI-based or blockchain-based innovation, programs that are coming through from Nairobi. So, without further much ado, I would beg to stop there. Then we can be able to maybe have a couple of questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Victor. There's a lot of things that you people are doing in the background that I believe most of us don't know, especially some of us who are in Nairobi. We may not know some of these things, but you people are doing a lot in the digitization of some of the services that we are doing, that we have or that we are enjoying. And I believe that the plan is solid with between the public and private partnerships. And even at Intelliverse, one of the things that we are key on when you are doing research is public-private partnership, because again, whichever solution that you build as a private company is going to serve people, and the people are part of our government. And so you have to either way have a way of getting to know people in government, also getting to know the policies. I think today in the morning we are talking about research, we are talking about ethics and governance when it comes to AI as well. So I'll just open the floor to Ngaruya. I know, just a minute here. I know we have Ngaruya. I know we have Koech Emmanuel, and we have David Saruni. We are, if you have any question you may have for Victor before he leaves us, I know he has a very limited time. You could go ahead and ask that. And then I think the last keynote we are going to have for this session before closing remarks is going to be from Tokomia. So, and it's still, again, collaboration between public and private partnerships as well. Koech, David, or Ngaruya, do you have any questions for Victor?
Well, yes. First, well, I'm Eliud, and Victor, thank you for that presentation. Actually, that is one of the most comprehensive presentation I think I've been to on what government is doing. I had some questions, but you answered them before I could even ask them, because you touched on what you're doing on all those points that I wanted to ask. So, well, apart from focusing mostly on service, I think it is weighing heavily on service rather than products. So my question is, if I have a solution, say a company has a solution to the, say, traffic problem or something like that, a solution that requires not just a service that I can just log into a website and make my payments or book some service. Solution that requires a hardware, like a camera to be placed somewhere. If you do a U-turn, you get your fine right there at your, on your phone when you just do that U-turn. Some solutions require hardware to be placed in different places, like for security and say for traffic. Who do we go to? Who am I supposed to go to, for this for this private public partnership?
Do I take that one?
Yeah, sure.
Please do. I think you can help shed some insight into Garia's question with that, if you don't mind.
Okay. So, of course, we realize that we are only 11 months into office, specifically myself. So, what we are doing is we have a website called innovatenairobi.go.ke. So, the way currently we don't, the county government doesn't have a structured way in which it can be able to get solutions from startups. Because, of course, the current structure is that if the government wants a service, it has to do a public tender, which is of course governed by the Constitution as well as the PFM Act, the Public Finance Management Act, which says you have to do a normal tender. So what happens is any solution that the county needs, chances are the big multinationals who have the muscles are going to win. So what are we doing as a county? So we currently want to, or are in the process of doing a self-registration for all startups in Nairobi, so that we can be able to get startups or innovations around health, around agriculture, around education, etc., and now have constructive engagement with the different solution providers who are innovators. And the way we want to look at it is we want to be able to look at it from either a collaboration perspective, in a manner that does not violate the PFM Act. So we can't, and of course we can imagine how difficult it is to be able to, and I get this a lot. I get people coming to City Hall and they're like, I have this solution I want to give to the county. The problem is if three of you are having the same solution around traffic, then who do I give and who do I say, stay in the background? So of course we need to be able to organize ourselves. And to some degree, you'd find that if it's a traffic solution, and because we have a database, then it means we can be able to ask you to either do a collaboration of sorts, so that you come as a network and say, we partnered 3 startups who are doing a solution around traffic. Then based on that, then I can be able to bring you to the county in terms of a collaborative framework to ensure that your solution is adopted by the county. The other option is linking you with a bigger corporate, and I think during the Nairobi Innovation, the Innovate Nairobi Tech Week, one of that is something that was posed. And the other solution to that would be if, say, for example, you are to partner with Liquid Telecom, who is a big corporate who can be able to give you a guarantee so that they bid for the work, but the solution is delivered by you. So we are exploring different models to see how we can be able to bring innovators to supply the county. The last option that we're exploring is in form of hackathons, where, let's say, for example, we do monthly hackathons based on certain challenges that the county is facing in different sectors. Then we let you pitch to the different managers in the county. Then the person who wins the pitch is able to get a grant or get a contract to be able to implement such a solution. So again, of course, it's early days, but those are the options that we are looking out for. For now, if you want to reach out, you can reach out to me. I think I'm very active on LinkedIn. I'm very active on Twitter. You can just go to the county website. You can reach out to, you send me an email. Again, we can be able to have conversations.
All right, thank you. Hopefully, all the cans will be wheels. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gabriel, for that. So I believe next we have Kavir was talking about artificial ubiquity AI. So we'll give him 5 minutes for that, and then Doko will have his keynote speech.
Yeah, hi guys. Can everybody hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic.
Yes, we can.
I'm not going to go through the deck. I might lose you again. I must apologize. It feels like my laptop is about to fatally crash. So let's just do this quickly. And I mean, I'm glad I'm following Victor because I don't really want to do a startup pitch. I think I'd rather share our challenges and our opportunities and our experience as a South African fintech startup that is now domiciled in the US, and we're moving our R&D to France. The reason we domiciled in the US, because in Africa, it is practically impossible and unfeasible to develop first-in-world technologies under African regulatory regimes and best that IP in Africa, which remains undervalued, in South Africa's case, subject to foreign exchange limitations, etc. If you're an African founder with global ambitions, you need to understand that you are competing with American entrepreneurs, Singaporean, European, and Chinese. All right? So you very much have to invest in understanding, as a founder, not just what problem you're trying to solve in Africa, but what the market opportunity for your product is globally. And in that vein, it is practically impossible to compete with international or global, competing startups as an African company operating in Africa. It's not up to us as founders to sit and ponder and wait for regulations to catch up. And I just want to give you a quick example. I was in a closed-door roundtable with some of Africa's biggest banks. Most of them come from South Africa. Their innovation drive stems from kind of half-baked programs designed to attract AI talent from universities, give them a job, and have them innovate. As opposed to Singapore and in the US, where startups are nourished in an ecosystem, they are fully funded, and there are vertical and horizontal integrated ecosystems where through one port of entry like Business France, you can access your first 5 customers, get access to BPI government grant funding, and get access to VCs all through one port of entry. And I mean, I love what is happening in generally in Kenya and in Nigeria. That's where our tech rock stars are emerging from. And I genuinely hope that the leaders that are here look at the 2 models we have in the world today. So AI is divided in 2. You've got the US model and you've got the Chinese model. Absolutely polar differences. My presentation that I was about to share basically states that South Africa is falling further and further behind. You can talk about AI all you want to. How many commercialized AI solutions are operating at scale? Not many at all. When you look at the engagement economy, somebody made fun, about AI, so many chatbots, they see AI as just chatbots. But if you look at the greatest creation of wealth and value in the last 10 years, it's all the engagement economy. The FANG companies, they are engagement economy companies. Engagement, communications. So what I'm saying is, let's not ponder about data, privacy, and all those issues. We tend to over-regulate in Africa and tend to produce not much. Can we figure out what problems Africans have, how we can solve those problems, and then regulate thereafter? So Ubiquity AI is focusing on financial inclusion and keeping people, financially vulnerable people in the system. Because when you miss a payment, you get blacklisted or flagged, and then you're excluded from financial services, jobs, housing opportunities for the next 5 years. We've developed an AI predictive technology that identifies fragile people before they default, and we help them avoid missed payments and being blacklisted by credit bureaus. It's a very tangible, granular problem. And being African, I don't think another startup in the world would have realized that financial inclusion has 2 sides: getting people in and keeping people in. Because once a bank blacklists you, you're basically booted out from the financial system for at least 5 years. The problem we face in South Africa and Africa is that there are no regulatory guidelines for AI at the moment. There are no regulatory guidelines for blockchain, because to reduce our cost per user, we use Hyperledger Fabric. We don't use, normal databases, for example. We automate everything. But we can't operate in South Africa because the regulatory framework does not exist. And big banks won't use your technologies because it does not meet their regulatory compliance standards. So what I'm saying is this. Africa and India and all these countries, I think that as a bloc, like the EU did and the European Commission did, we need to understand what our goals are, what that regulatory environment needs to look like, and what the opportunities are. And I think if I can just leave with one thing, I'm slightly disappointed that we haven't done that yet, because sooner or later, governments will realize that they are losing their top talent to companies and countries around the world other than Africa, and our talent is flying across, the Atlantic at a breakneck speed. So you've given me 5 minutes. I thought I'd say my piece about AI in Africa, which I think are more important issues than just an opportunity to talk about what my company is doing. My first client is French. We are about to land a US client, not able to land a single client to promote financial inclusion in Africa. We're not able to. It's that they're waiting for regulations to catch up to be able to embed our technology in their customer journey. It's kind of crazy. And it's a financial inclusion built for Africans that we're now going to be helping Americans and French. It's just mind-blowing. So with that, if you have any questions, otherwise I'm going to hand it over back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive discussion that you've started, Kavir. And I think as most of us around here being startup founders, I think we could follow along with Kavir's story. I mean, it's usually the AI crusades or the blockchain crusades, how, of course, creating communities around all this. Perhaps for some of the founders, that's a good place, to get a back. Creating a community for Polkadot on this side of the world, for example, then Polkadot give you a back for that. But my question usually is that enough? Like, how much are we doing to progress this particular field? Like, how much concepts, how much research, how many white papers are coming out from Africa? How many solutions actually are we building that could also impact our own? And how many of these solutions, if some of them actually are built, for example, do they just rot in GitHub repositories if you are a developer? Or do we have access to the same funding opportunities? Do we have access to the same market opportunities? And what happens to the talent that we produce? So many higher learning institutions here, by the way. Most of us have been privileged or honored to study here in Africa. Same education systems. I'm Kenyan, so I've gone through the 844. I'm sure the rest of us all have to. You could hear the kind of solutions that Garuya, for example, is working on around forestry, climate. You could also hear the kind of solutions that Kavir is creating, and how an unfavorable business climate has made him migrate to another country. So I think it's keen for stakeholder participation, and I think I'm glad, Kavir, that you came in after Victor, who is like a senior county official. I'm not sure what they're called in South Africa, but counties are more like provinces here in Kenya, and he is in charge of innovation and the innovation space around here. So I'm just praying that all this translates, into meaningful impact sooner or later for all of us, that through such conversations we might pioneer developing actual solutions in line with my company's broader mission. That's promoting artificial intelligence research, that eventually concepts or white papers that emanate from our minds might find their place in the global scene. That solutions architected by Africans, which are pretty much similar to solutions architected anywhere in the world, might also find global dominance or global presence, and yes, help make the world a better place. So Warren, if I follow along,
I want to respond to you quick, if I've got a minute to.
Yeah, thank you.
If Victor's on the call, and if he's talking about, I love that he spoke about the Singapore experience. Our CTO is Singaporean, and I can tell you one thing now. When you go to a corporate or government, that economy is not being led by either the government or by their big banks or the big corporates. They have handed over the future of that country to startups. So innovation is driven by startups. It's driven by guys like you and me that go to Bank A and say, hey, dude, we know, according to IFRS 9, your impairment provisioning is going crazy. You're not going to be able to lend more to people. your capital is being tied in impairment provisions, we've got a solution. And startups are given the respect and the latitude and the funding to try that solution out commercially. In Africa, there are gatekeepers. The ministers, the government, the big companies, they would rather hire you than actually fund you, allow you to innovate, use that innovation, but allow you to spread your wings globally. If there's one thing we can take away from this entire summit, it's stop that shit. That's all I have to say. All right, guys. But thank you so much for the opportunity.
And thank you so much for your insight, Kavia. I think we'll organize for more time next time, but we don't have too much control over time, do we? And yes, I think we're also counting in some few hours to the end of our summit here. A big thanks to everyone who is joining us, who is continuing to join us, and those that have been joining us since morning with us here. And I think it's quite important to acknowledge this trend, Warren, in front of our broader audience. The fact that too many South Africans are involved in the AI scene in particular. We have had a lot of collaboration and a lot of insight, and yeah, also a lot of traction in South Africa organically from our own social media pages, and also from the number of speakers that are present with us here today for this discussion. So Toko is South African. We have had Giselle. Kavia is born in South Africa, and so many more. I think it speaks a lot of levels to the kind of initiative that being put in place there and the quality of innovation that has been sparked there. Perhaps it's a learning curve for all of us to maybe learn a thing or two on what they are doing right and maybe try to emulate the same. So Toko, I want to hand this time to you. I think you had a presentation addressed prepared for our broader audience here, and I'd like to leave it to you perhaps for the next 20 to 30 minutes. Then we could have a closing Q&A before the final remarks. Then I think we could close our AI summit and consider it a success. So Toko.
Hi, thank you so much for the introduction. Welcome everybody to the session, especially to those who were not able to make it to the Paris session. So I've introduced quite a significant amount of the work that I do at Girl Hype and what Girl Hype is, but I will just go over that. I would like to note that I'm having some connectivity issues today, so I'm not going to be presenting anything. And I'm just going to give the keynote verbally. So thank you everybody for attending this session. It is very, very enlightening to actually be invited to speak about fostering collaboration between academia and industry on the topic of AI. There's so much that has been said today already, and there is so much that still needs to be said. So thank you to the session organizers for hosting this today. Girl Hype is, of course, an event partner, and it brings us great pride to be able to engage in this format. So to those who are new to the session, let me talk about what Girl Hype is. Girl Hype is a digital skills academy for women and girls and youth from disadvantaged communities. Here in South Africa, we face a huge poverty gap. There's a very, very big inequality gap. And even though the GDP is rising, it's doing so quite nominally. Now, our inequality gap is very different in that South Africa went through apartheid. And as a result, we've got a racial inequality gap where you've got the haves, which is a very, very small 10% of that society, and you've got the have-nots, which is 90% of that society. It's in recent years that we have developed something called the missing middle. Now, what is the missing middle? The missing middle is essentially the growing middle class. But why we say they're missing is because they're not able to afford the luxuries of the modern world in its entirety. But they're also not able to directly say that they are poor. And so we've got this case of we have a little bit, but we don't have enough. We have enough to not say that we have a little bit. And that is basically South Africa's economic landscape, to put it in that method. And now of that 90% that is the bottom half of our society, we've actually got a need to connect that society, to connect the unconnected, to create opportunities and programs for those who are going to be able to benefit from this. So what Girl Hype has done is we've created a conceptual understanding of technologies, and we've curated this into a structured curriculum that includes artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and algorithms, etc. So from our point of view, the way that we see it is we see a skilled professional as the next gen. Now, what do I mean by a skilled professional? A skilled professional is essentially one who is able to interact with the developing innovative world, who's able to understand algorithms and data, who's able to conceptualize algorithms and data into a matrix that is inclusive of ethics, scenarios, future planning, and is able to differentiate how to effectively and more intelligently build and use these technologies and systems towards creating a better future for all. So at Girl Hype, we teach innovative technologies like generative AI, natural language systems, multilingual systems, and how to create a more inclusive multilingual internet that is diverse, that is inclusive, that is actually transforming, and that has the required equity for the internet and the online space for artificial technology to grow, that is ethical, and to be able to create skilled professionals that are able to input into algorithms and data in understanding and influencing how AI helps. Now, we develop programs, and our programs provide the foundational knowledge in AI so that one can best leverage on its capabilities in order to better reach their professional goals and beyond. When we talk about women, we talk about those who are cross-functional managers, they're business leaders, they're thought leaders, and they're influencers, and specifically interested in AI, as well as how it has potential to grow across industries in technical and non-technical professions, as well as those looking to pursue growth in their current roles, whether it's an IT manager or a business analyst or a CIO who would like to, it's basically a professional who would like to understand how can they be successful within their organization through artificial intelligence by seeking a foundational understanding of how AI works. And our programs run over 6 weeks at a time over the course of the year, and we cover a various range of topics. So the curriculum includes the AI ecosystem. So we look at all the history in technology that led up to AI and what AI is now in the context of the digital ecosystem. Now and then in the next 30, 60, 100 years, what does that look like? And then AI and machine learning, understanding this mechanics of 3 main types of machine learning. That is the supervised, the reinforcement, and unsupervised learning. The third module goes into neural networks and deep learning. And it's about understanding deep learning and how it's powering the modern approach to AI. The fourth module is on intelligent machines, which explores the concept of intelligence in machines and the impact of AI on the labor market. Then we teach the ethics of artificial intelligence, so AI, ethics, hierarchy, legal considerations, regulatory frameworks, and possible considerations for the future. Then finally, we drive AI into business, and we look at how AI provides potential business opportunities for AI-specific content. We've got excellent teachers, we've got an online course, we've got physical in-person classes, and it's a very, very easy to learn, easy to manage, easy to conceptualize curriculum. So that's the work that we do at Girl Hype. And then just to quickly go over to the topic that we were covering on this side, strengthening the gap between academic and industry. So that's a large part of where we found our role coming in. And we as an academy have done considerable research to look at how can we integrate the two very different aspects of this. We call it the triple helix model. And the reason we say that is because there is a need for university and industry to connect. And how do we do that? Well, we've got to pay special attention to the difference between the two, and then look at what is hampering their working as a coherent unit. And then we've got to integrate the existing knowledge and study, and finally design a model that comprises processes. So this is the method that we've used, or you can say these have been our approaches in what we call the triple helix model. Understanding the difference, understanding what is hampering the connection, and then integrating existing knowledge and study. And in that, we've got the solution. That means that there's a process, there's a roadmap. You're able to understand how all three collaboration points meet between the academia and the industry, to understand basically how there can be better collaboration in artificial intelligence between industry and academia. So first and foremost, when we speak about academia, immediately the mind jumps to universities. And so I think we should start there. Universities, of course, serve industry in two ways. Number one, they provide the workforce necessary to run the industry. And number two, they also provide a breeding ground for innovative ideas to start new business ventures. And this apparently simplistic relationship is not actually as simple as it looks because of the fundamental differences between the two. First and foremost, universities as academia structures have a desire to contribute to knowledge and theory. They have a desire to contribute to research on innovation and future metrics. The industry is itself restrained by profitability. So therefore, what we have is a complete industry academia separation. They are both on two sides of the river and they are parallel. They must flow independently. And as far as science, engineering, artificial intelligence disciplines are concerned, it's very important for us to create linkages between the two sides of the river or the two parallel structures, as this is what has the potential to contribute to the betterment of both industry and academia. So again, I think I want to bring us back to the triple helix model that I had mentioned. What is required in this? First, it's economic cooperation and development. And then secondly, it's research and design into science and technologies. And lastly, it is about universities and research, which is also carried by state influence or organizations such that work for economic cooperation and development. It is very, very apparent, we know, that the world's top ranking universities are attracting funding through their projects, through their innovations, and through their research. The pharmaceutical industry is one of those that relies on the research of academia in order for it to bolster. But more and more, we're looking at the IT industry, which has started to really invest into academia. It is concluded from all that it is beneficial to spend time on students and in academia. So, what does that mean? It means that using statistical data, we can actually conclude on collaboration points between industry and academia. Look at where that data is correct, look at where that data is not correct, and look at where the intervention points then lie in understanding research and industry methods for ease of dissemination on knowledge as universities access real-time data and taking away from this dichotomy that arises from the differences between the two. And so it's very interesting if we're going to look at understanding industry versus academia and look at collaboration points. Let me look at this. Secondly, we're going to have to understand ourselves in the case of the existing material. So even though AI is growing now, there have been numerous other technologies that have developed in the past recent years and in time before this. And it's about understanding how do we leverage our knowledge that is gained from that statistical, quantitative analysis to actually engage with the current data that we're sitting with. And I mean, there's obviously going to be research gaps, there's going to be consensus around other things, but it's very important for us to know how can we use the existing models to actually work together, to actually grow together, to actually talk about disseminating information and research and findings in a way that is conductive towards industry, that whatever happens, there is enough of this type of material. And now I want us to break away from traditional universities for a second, right? And I want us to look at other training institutions, because we all know that there's only so much that you can learn in a university environment. There really is. There's only so much that you're going to get from a university environment. And the rest of that information, you're actually going to be getting it from other training institutions, from other training mechanisms, from your real world work experience, where you've been, who you've been around, who you've been talking to, who you networked with. So it's also so critical then to note that where these institutions exist that teach industry-specific skills, they are actually filling the gap for students that would financially otherwise be out of reach. And until this industry impact is also researched, until the data is also gathered from these smaller institutions and understanding how industrial activity is actually influenced by the influence that comes from external training institutions, smaller learning academies, and the work of civil society apart from private sector, we're going to better be able to understand how to actually oppose and work towards inclusive interaction between industry, inclusive growth for industry, and an inclusive interaction between academia and civil society for the betterment of growth of academia, because these institutions are also feeding into the academic framework, right? So when we see this topic, it's very easy for us to jump and say, okay, we're talking about private sector, we're talking about PwC, we're talking about Ernst & Young, we're talking about the big names, Standard Bank, Absa Barclays. No. That is only one framework for understanding. The second framework for understanding is understanding how smaller institutions are actually able to grow, develop, burgeon, bolster, and actually create an interactive, the emphasis is there, an interactive landscape. Because when there is interaction, naturally, there is collaboration. For companies, for businesses, for startups, where there is inclusive interaction, there is better growth in institutional interaction, and therefore there are tangible benefits that cannot go unrecognized in the growth of technology, entrepreneurship, coming from both governmental and educational institutions, where you're able to directly train students during internships. That is the role of these organizations that exist outside of universities, that they're able to directly train students during their internships, the governmental and education institutions. So for their over other interaction and over interactions, companies cannot get any returns of investment. from this activity. And that's why they don't do it. Companies want the best talent to walk through the door at any opportune moment. They want the absolute best talent. However, campus university placement is not going to be able to provide this, and it's up to civil society, NGOs, and other educational institutions, online forums and platforms to actually provide the education that is required into technology so that we can have a better software industry, we can have a better software engineering academia, we can have greater emphasis on IT research development, artificial intelligence research and development that is able to consider the massive collaborative efforts that are possible when the different joints of the industry are placed together. And actually, that this needs to comprise of a community. We need this to be a community. If we're going to assume that an individual will move from the foundational phase education side and then move directly into tertiary education, and after that tertiary education, they're going to jump and enter into industry, we would be fundamentally wrong because that's not how it goes. And even if you're the most successful individual, the data shows that in almost every instance of a successful candidate, there has been intervention by external learning platforms, learning societies, and other learning institutes that are able to provide the type of education that is not present within the academia. And in such a way that academia, the focus there is on empirical in many cases. It's mostly at an undergrad level, it's 100% empirically based. At undergrad level, one is not generating research. And so to assume that that type of information is immediately permeable into industry is not correct. And we have to therefore, in this particular topic, understand that if there's going to be a collaboration between academia and private sector and industry, we're going to have to note the role of external skills and service providers within that same framework towards generating the type of individual, skilled professional that is able to enter into industry and to provide the type of return on investment that that industry needs. But that the world doesn't end on profits. Those same individuals are the ones who should be taking their knowledge to further their experience in industry, to further bolster in research, in development programs, in collaboration programs, a functional next gen, a functional leadership base that is able to work towards further associating these three industries, or this, as I say, using the triple helix model. Okay, so that's just the starting point. And then, if we're going to be talking about his industry, I think I've spoke quite considerably on the universities. I've spoke on other training programs and their methods of being able to deliver into this collaboration. Now, I want to take a moment to speak about this industry, right? We're talking about industry. So what does that mean? We're not just going to look at private sector, multinational, publicly listed companies. We're going to be looking at every single part of that industry. That means looking at our chambers of commerce, our education ministries, and our cooperatives. It means that we're going to look at the resulting purpose that exists around creating, that means the means of production, right? So the purpose of the means of production, how they are interacting with society, who they are owned by, who they are governed by, who runs and regulates these methods and mechanisms, and how then it becomes possible for us as a collaborative society to leverage on these, especially with the role of developing AI, to better bolster society in collaborative efforts of research and development into artificial intelligence, into machine learning, into deep learning metrics, into data, algorithms, and data analysis. So just on this, there has to be a very considerable, understandable method of contact between understanding how academia and industry are going to mutually collaborate with one another, right? Some methods of these that have been used in previous cases, or some ideas, rather, in how there has been a lack of collaboration on this front, is that these are the dominant thoughts, right, that are going around that is stopping, preventing this collaboration from taking place. First and foremost, it's that academia are using old processes. They use old methods of data collection. They've got old researchers using out-of-date research methodology, right? That's the thought. When we think of researchers, we're thinking of some old people sitting in an old building with a fan, right? When we think of industry, we're thinking corner offices with glass doors and air conditioning. And so these are the types of thoughts that are dominating the field at the moment, especially in the IT space, especially in technology and innovations. But we can never underscore the role of research and development in the industry. Okay, so what's actually happening is that the processes that are being studied by researchers, professors, and students are the same ones that are underpinning the practices in industry. Because there is research and appropriate research methodology used, there is able to be activity within industry. And when these fields are interacting with each other in a way that is positive and connected, we understand that there cannot, therefore, be any kind of disconnect between academic researchers and industrial researchers. Because when there's a disconnect between academic practice and private sector practice, there's going to be a negative impact on our society. Disinformation, misinformation, lack of information, lack of informed decision making. And that's not just at an industry level, that's at a governmental level as well. And so it's very important that we're able to differentiate between the two for the long run, but then also to understand the impact that each makes towards growing a burgeoning artificial intelligence research and development landscape altogether. Because industry is the one that is influencing output, right? Startups are developing. Startups are funding, investors are funding into these. Government is working on these development programs as well. These programs are paying taxes, generating salaries, creating jobs. But if academia is not there to notify about the problems in our society and to create a very solid and thorough understanding of the deep entrenched methods that have been used in skilling and unskilling resource opportunities, we are not going to be at a point where we're going to be able to understand successfully how it is possible for us to grow and collaborate within the artificial intelligence and machine learning sectors successfully. And so collaboration is key, both from academia and from industry side. It should not be restricted by country. It should not be restricted by region. Exchanges between students and industry and researchers and private sector employees should be done internationally on a uniform, unified platform where information is freely accessible, freely shared, multilingual, and available to people who are of any race at any time, of any religion at any time, of any class at any time. And so we have got to make sure that these methods of communication, these methods of modality, whatever they may be, are regulated, but that they remain open and fair. Because at the end of the day, when we're going to say we need intercountry multilingual collaboration, that we need interlingual, intercountry exchanges between students and professionals, between academia on an open source, open plan forum where anyone is able to upload and download, there's going to be cross interaction. There was a point made earlier as well about the age of users on the internet, right? The age of users on the ChatGPT space, the age of users online. And that's the type of modality that exists. That although the platform, the forum is going to be a open connect, open exchange, collaborative forum, such as the internet, the open internet as we understand it, where anyone can go online. That does mean that this forum, this collaboration operates within our society. And that means that it takes from our society in order to better understand itself. So there's a need for monitoring, evaluation. There's a need for expanding this collaboration. And there are a number of things that need to be done in order to better understand how, where, and when this should be accommodated in terms of the research and development framework. Again, we have innovation on the one side of our triple helix. And on the other side is an approach that is more around the creation of an innovation-friendly environment. And on the third side, we have the regulatory authority. We have the governance, we have the government environment. So for there to be collaboration, we've got to understand again our triple helix versus our triple helix, right? We've got on this side, we have collaboration methods, we have the questions that people are asking about those, and we have why that current partnership is not taking place, right? The hindrances to it and innovation. On this side, we have innovation, we have regulation, and we have practice, which is both industry and research, right? And when you put this framework together of innovation, research, and regulation, you've got an understanding that ultimately is able to work towards a facilitation of new technologies and new developments like those that are building in the artificial intelligence role now. And it will help us always to understand industry's desires in how they are actually growing the solution and how they're actually providing knowledge, more knowledge for knowledge seekers, for industry seekers, for profit seekers, for innovation seekers, right? And we cannot ever deny that whatever we do, whether it's academic, whether it's industry, whether it's chamber, whether it's council, whether it's civil society, whether it's private education forum, that whatever work we are doing is embedded, intrinsically embedded within the framework of understanding of regulation. We have to have a very appropriate regulatory frameworks of understanding and of analysis for us to better be able to understand how we can realistically, reliably, and successfully work on collaboration between industry and academia within this research and development framework that is growing in AI, and how those can bolster and better enable, better empower, better grow better provide opportunities for those who need it, who are in need of it. And so in order to be at this point, we have to look at the people, right? We've got a people matrix. We've got, on the one hand, we say industry. So who are we looking at? We're looking at entrepreneurs, we're looking at managers, we're looking at supervisors, we're looking at employees, we're looking at interns, we're looking at prospectives, right? Those are the people that we're looking at when we're speaking about this industry. In the different jobs across various industries. But ideally, those are the subjects. If we're looking at academia, we look again and we say, okay, we're engaging with professors, we're engaging with researchers, but we're also engaging with industry professionals. We're also engaging with counselors, creative thinkers, policy writers, and regulators. And then finally, when we look at I say it's a combined effort between student and employees, because these are the real drivers of change. They're the ones that wake up on a daily basis and move forward the topics that we need to engage, whether it's technical skills, whether it's unilateral multilingual thinking, whether it's understandings of systems and dynamics, whether it's application of training deliverables, and whether it's creation of new ideas and research methods and methodology. We work in a combined system, a three-part alliance that is able to bring together the different members, the different playing bodies, right, within our dynamic landscape. And to see how colorfully they're able to join one another, engage with one another, and develop towards a greater collaborative research and development landscape for artificial intelligence. Now, of course, there's no need for me to pitch why it should be a collaboration between the industry and academia. But why this is important is understanding how collaboration is able to bring productive changes into our society. How is this collaboration able to bring in productive changes into both sectors? So we're going to look at, first and foremost, expansion and specifications. Industry professionals, expansion, behavior, students, comprehensive outlook on professional work, as well as industry providing activities to help students strengthen innovative capabilities, and how that is actually able to grow both the employee pool but also the prospective research pool. And this data, this amalgamation is able to bring about productive changes in both sectors. Now, I'm sure you're wondering how. So let me go in and tell you. I won't leave you to think about it by yourself. First and foremost, industry professionals, skilled professionals, are able to share their expertise and work behavior with students by providing comprehensive understanding of professional work and what the industry is currently looking for and will be looking for in future years. Right. So that ability of industry to filter back into civil society, into NGO, into university, into training programs, to effectively distinguish what that industry is going to be looking for and looking like in the next few years is critically important. Number two, helping students find relevancy between theoretical and practical approaches. How is it that we're able to theoretically and practically find and implement the approaches required for the growth and development of this industry? Number three, it's because when we have a good collaboration between industry and academia in the field of research and development in AI,
I guess we lost you for a minute, Toko, if you are available.
And meanwhile, I think it's a lot of information that so far has been passed by Loco, a lot of positive nuggets, if I may phrase it that way, on the collaboration between industry and academia and how the synergetic collaboration between these two facets could help advance artificial intelligence. She has also pointed out how the poverty divide in South Africa continues to inhibit the advancement of artificial intelligence. There being like a huge gap between the rich and the poor, the haves and the have-nots, if you may put it that way, and how her organization is helping to bridge this gap. And I think for any field to advance, I think inclusivity is really important. We cannot negate the fact that talent is not only limited to a certain facet of people, that talent is not only limited to a certain pool of people, but talent is like all over the place. And if we are all here, Garuya, for example, me through, we are all here, Warren, because I think someone somewhere had the incentive to invest in our education. Someone somewhere put in the time and effort towards ensuring that we become learned. And through those initiatives, we are also helping in perpetuating the next generation of artificial intelligence through actively building solutions and also building communities and societies that might help advance artificial intelligence. So we lost Toko, I think, for a moment. My hope is that she could rejoin us anytime from now. Oh, Adams, please confirm that she's not at the backstage waiting, because I think her presentation was just coming at its climax. So if you've been following us all day, thank you so much. A huge thank you to all of you for making us have this occasion here today. It was 1,758 attendees who had signed up on LinkedIn. That's a record. Not many companies or not many people achieve that feat, and we do not take it for granted. It's through your efforts that our team here at Intelliverse and also people like Ngaruya, Thoko, and the rest of the speakers that we have get the incentive to work and promote artificial intelligence throughout our continent. So this is the flagship Africa AI Summit. We are planning on having more of these events. So this one is a virtual one, and the next one we're planning on having it physically, perhaps in Kenya. So stay tuned for that, and I'm sure that that might entail some safari for the people who do not live around here. Yeah, you could come and explore how beautiful a country Kenya is. And yeah, together we could share insights and also form partnerships and collaborations through which artificial intelligence could be advanced. So key to our mantra here at Intelliverse is our business model. That's the CIA, our mantra, our model. So that's the integration between community, industry, and academia. And just as Toko had mentioned in this discussion, that the integration between higher level education, where most people have their thoughts behind academia. If you mention academia, most people think universities, and that's not enough in advancement of artificial intelligence. There are a lot of things that need to be done. So, for instance, education needs to start at the grassroots level, right? Intelliverse on its own does not do that in particular, but we are seeing brilliant startups like Toko's here, Girls Hype Code. I hope I got the name right, and I'm sorry if I didn't. We are seeing such brilliant initiatives of ensuring that girls girls in particular from disadvantaged communities get access to artificial intelligence knowledge at the base level, from as young as they are 15, and imagine what these people could have achieved by the time they're 22. So there's usually a common trend that most startup founders perhaps are acquainted to, that that most computer prodigies or the most successful founders that you know, from the Bill Gates to Steve Jobs, one key advantage that they have, and if you're also a keen follower of Malcolm Gladwell and the Outliers, is they had their key point of advantage was the fact that they had exposure to computers at a very tender age. So if this is effective also to our younger populations, who knows how much impact this could have in spurring innovation. And it's quite a privilege to see that most or that our own startup founders, that our own native founders are pioneering this movement, not for profits, but mostly because of to create impact and towards ensuring that these girls have a better shot at the future, more importantly, and also the technology behind that we continually preach, artificial intelligence, is advanced. So our CIA model entails the integration between community, industry, and academia. So we, Intelliverse as an organization is striving for the formation of partnerships and synergies between these three elements. So you can join our community by checking out our website. That's www.intelliverseai.com. Check out our LinkedIn, follow us. That's the least you could do. So through this, we might be able to build a community of data scientists, AI engineers, machine learning engineers, and through this, our broader community could have a chance to work on real life projects or projects that have a lot of importance or could scale at an industrial level. Just as our speaker Kavia mentioned earlier on, that this is missing in Africa. And we believe that pioneering such movements could help us showcase to the world that indeed there is AI talent in Africa. And how are we going to showcase that to the world? By publishing our own ideas through research papers, by successfully completing projects through partnerships with various stakeholders. And that comes to my second point, industry. So industry is the backbone of funding. Industry is the backbone of successful implementation of projects, because most projects are supposed to transition into commercially viable products or commercially viable solutions, which consumers might pay for or could pay for in exchange for that particular service. So with this said, there is a lot of avenue for collaboration in enhancing research in a particular field. We could go on and on about agriculture being our main source of GDP for most African countries, and how artificial intelligence could help achieve that. We could go ahead and mention about and talk about medicine and how medical research could also be pioneered here in Africa through drug discovery from our own natural components. I've seen startup calls in here which also had a challenge around that. We could talk about a lot of things. Climate action, if you've read Bill Gates' blogs and also his book, him talking about how Africa contributes least to climate action and how we are the continent that's mostly affected by it, especially countries which are at the equator. We have seen Garuya, for example, working towards building solutions that can help combat deforestation. This is just one of the many things that we can do if there is direct partnership between industry and also academia. So academia works towards the enhancement of these things. The industry provides the financial backing of it. And through this, fostering the next generation or fostering the next breakthrough technology could help this industry cement more market share and grab a bigger market value, or even stand out from competition. If you are an avid reader of Peter Thiel, 0 to 1, he believes in monopolies, and there is no better way of creating a monopoly, if you may put it that way, or having a bigger chunk of the market, rather than investing in technology. Having a technological concept that your competitors perhaps wouldn't even match. So the third bit is academia. From what we've had, it stretches broadly from initiatives like Focus, the Girl Hype Code, and also universities, higher learning institutions, high school, etc. The adoption of artificial intelligence is mostly academic at this particular point. We have seen a lot of research papers or a lot of AI concepts being pioneered, in particular through which start by the authoring of white papers. And this form the concepts through which people could contribute towards even open source algorithms or open source projects that go ahead and become the ChatGPTs that we know, that go ahead and become the Hugging Faces, that go ahead and become the synth IDs, Google's recent product to curb false information on the internet, of AI misinformation on the internet. The synergy between these three components, we believe, as an organization, could help foster artificial intelligence not only in Africa but globally. If you want to join us on this mission, feel free, subscribe to any of our social media handles. Also, register, more importantly, register on our website as an AI researcher, contribute to our projects, contribute towards those. And yes, we believe that being hands-on or being involved directly in all these initiatives will help us assert our dominance or assert our expertise and help advance artificial intelligence in general. So I think those are my closing remarks for this particular session. I'll hand it over back to Warren. I thought that Toko would be back with us, but I don't think she will. But rest assured, we'll have Toko around for our next webinar. Please follow up on that. We usually have webinars on LinkedIn. So with that said, thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll hand it over to Warren.
Okay, thank you so much, Mara, for being here. I think it's been a beautiful day for all of us. We didn't think it would be this good, but I'm more than surprised. We had a very good audience all through the day. All the speakers were very resourceful, and this is just the beginning, I believe, for further conversations. And then those who are still looking forward to partner with us in whichever capacity, being part of our community, again, you can follow us across our social media channels. If you're a researcher or an AI engineer or a developer who is working in the AI space, feel free to subscribe to either our newsletters. Our first newsletter is AI for Africa. And then we have another newsletter for white papers, AI white papers. So where we just basically release research papers published on our platform on a weekly basis. So if you need to follow up on that one, please subscribe to that newsletter as well. The collaborative AI platform for Intelliverse is going up, so you should also feel free to sign up on the waiting list so that you can get an opportunity to have an early access and also get to test the beta version of the platform before it is available to the public. And what I can say is our team is really grateful for everyone who showed up to make sure that the summit is a success. Hopefully, we are going to have a physical event in the coming days, and we are also going to have research workshops from now till end of December across different universities in Kenya. So feel free, if you're coming to your university in November or in December, you can attend one of the research workshops over there, get to learn more about AI research and what we are doing as a company to foster those research. So any partnerships or anyone who want to engage with us, our website is still intelliverseai.com. You can follow us across all our social media channels as at IntelliverseAI. And yes, that's it from me. Just to thank everyone, and I hope you all have a lovely day. Thank you so much.
Everyone, enjoy the rest of your day, and I'm hoping to see you around for the next one. God bless you.